Order! Order! You are an incorrigible delinquent at times. Behave yourself, man!
Second lockdown, the two chairs will chair 2 sessions apiece, and each MP will get 5 minutes to pick a particular subject they want to talk about. Expect someone to ask Dominic Cummings about Barnard Castle. You know that there will be questions around did or didn't the Prime Minister talk
Beth,
about
we
bodies
can go
being
over to Greg Clark,
high.
who is the chairman of the Science and Technology Committee, now opening proceedings. Thank you, Beth.
We'll most likely take evidence and report well after most of the pandemic is over. Our inquiry, we hope, will be complementary to this, being focused on lessons that can be learned already and which can be applied during the months ahead to benefit decisions that have to be taken during those months ahead. And, of course, the evidence that we gather in our inquiry will be available to the public inquiry. We will hear from the Health Secretary in 2 weeks' time, just over 2 weeks, on the 10th of June, after which we will make our report to Parliament. Just a word on how we'll organise this morning's proceedings. This is a hybrid meeting, with some members of the Joint Committee joining remotely and some in person. We'll have 4 sections. The first about the early days of the pandemic, which I will chair. My colleague Jeremy Hunt will then chair a discussion on lockdown measures and the performance of test and trace. I will then chair a section on vaccines. And finally, Jeremy will chair the final section on the lockdowns of the autumn and winter period. We'll have a short pause between these sections, during which time the cameras will be briefly turned off. So I'm very pleased to welcome Dominic Cummings, the Chief Advisor to the Prime Minister from July 2019 to November 2020. Good morning, Mr. Cummings, and thank you for offering to appear. Perhaps I could start with some general questions about the background to the COVID pandemic before turning to my colleagues. In your Rose Garden statement, you said, "For years, I've warned of the dangers of pandemics. Last year, I wrote about the possible threat of coronaviruses and the urgent need for planning." And indeed, your blog of March 2019 warned of escapes of viruses from labs in Asia as posing, I quote, "a real danger of a worldwide pandemic that could kill human beings on a vast scale." So, given this context, on the 22nd of January, Wuhan, a city the size of London by population, was sealed off from the rest of the world. On the 30th of January, the WHO declared a public health emergency of international concern. Given what you'd thought about this over the years past, did this set alarm bells ringing, and did you think what you'd thought about in advance was happening?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's right that the public's elected representatives are trying to figure out what happened and the lessons to be learned. I hope you'll get all the senior people involved in here to speak to you about it. The truth is that senior ministers, senior officials, senior advisors like me fell disastrously short of the standards that the public has a right to expect of its government in a crisis like this. When the public needed us most, the government failed. And I'd like to say to all the families of those who died unnecessarily how sorry I am for the mistakes that were made and for my own mistakes at that. Regarding the beginning of this crisis, yes, you're right that that I, like many people, had talked about this before. When it started in January, I did think, in part of my mind, oh my goodness, is this it? Is this what people have been warning about all of this time? However, at the time, the PHE here and the WHO and the sort of the CDC, generally speaking, organisations across the Western world were not kind of ringing great alarm bells about it then. I think it's, in retrospect, completely obvious that many institutions failed on this early question. But the truth is, I can't remember the precise date, but I think the Taiwanese government basically hit the panic button on something like New Year's Eve of 2019. It might not be the exact date, but within a few days. And they put into effect a plan which they'd figured out from having been terrified of previous outbreaks like SARS and whatnot. And they immediately closed the borders, they introduced very strict quarantine systems, they did a whole bunch of things right off the bat in January. But I think it's obvious that the Western world, including Britain, just completely failed to see the smoke and to hear the alarm bells in January. There's no doubt about it.
Was there a time? Do you remember a time when you personally were seized of the importance of it?
Well, I talked to people in January about it. On something like the 25th of January, I said to the private office in number 10 that we should look at pandemic planning. I said that I wanted to go up to Portland Down and talk to some of the people up there about it. I think at the same day, possibly one day before or after, I said to Matt Hancock, where are we in terms of scanning the pandemic preparations plans? Are we completely up to speed on this? Is it resourced the way that it should be, etc., etc.?
So it was about the 25th of January.
Do you want to get the exact date?
If you have it.
It was 25th of January on both things. 25th of January I spoke to private office, and 25th of January I said to the Secretary of State. I actually. When
you said, was that a conversation or was that a memo or a text?
So I've got the exact words of a text that I sent him. I think I spoke to him that day, possibly the next day, at a meeting about it as well. I said, quote, "To what extent have you investigated preparations for something terrible like Ebola or a flu pandemic? Please ensure we take a risk-averse approach to funding preparations in the SR." SR's abbreviation for spending review. Right. "I'm going to dig into this plus bioterror," to which Hancock replied, "We've got full plans up to and including pandemic levels, regularly prepped and refreshed, CMOs and epidemiologists. We're stress testing now. It's our top tier risk register. We had an SR bid before this." I replied, "Great. I'm reading about the CDC and preparations for a flu pandemic. It's very worrying."
Right.
So
the 25th of January, you instigated a set of inquiries within the system. Would you?
Yes.
Would you
However,
be able to?
I'd like to stress, though, that I'd like to stress and apologise for the fact that it is true that I did this, but I did not. I did not follow up on this and push it the way that I should have done. We were told in number 10 at the time, this is literally top of the risk register. This has been planned and there's been exercises on this over and over again. Everyone knows exactly what to do. And it's sort of tragic and in a way that someone who wrote so often about running red teams and not trusting things and not digging into things, whilst I was running red teams on lots of other things in government at this time, I didn't do it on this. And it's if I'd said at the end of January, we're going to take a Saturday and I want all of these documents put on the table and I want it all gone through and I want outside experts here to look at it all, then we'd have figured out much earlier that all the claims about brilliant preparations and how everything was in order were basically completely hollow. But we didn't figure this out until the back end of February.
Thank you. We'll come on to more detailed aspects of that. In terms of those texts that you referred to that first documented your concerns and your involvement, would you share them with the committee after the meeting?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, there were, just to be clear, there were conversations about it earlier, before that in January in number 10, because it was periodically on the news. It would sort of flare up and be big news and then it would die out again. So I don't want to imply that was the first time that number 10 talked about it, because that's not the case. There were conversations in number 10 about it right in the first week back in January.
When we talk about number 10, there are lots of people that work in number 10. When did you talk to the Prime Minister about it first?
It was definitely raised with the Prime Minister in the first half of January for sure, because it was on the news.
And did you have a conversation with him about it?
Yes.
When would that be?
First half of January.
And was that was a chat, a conversation rather than
just general
exchange?
Chat with me and other people.
Yeah, I see. During the months that followed, was COVID the most important matter that you dealt with from January onwards?
It sort of depends what you mean. I mean, retrospectively, it was the most important issue, obviously, but at the time...
How did it feel at the time?
The government, in no way, shape or form did the government act like in January like it was the most important thing. It didn't act like it was the most important thing in February, never mind in January.
Well, what proportion of your time would you say, perhaps in those early months, February, for example, what proportion of your time was devoted to it in February? In
January, not very much. In February, a lot. Of my personal time, a lot more.
More than half, or less than that?
I would say the first half of February, probably less than half. After the reshuffle, which I think was the 12th or something like that, more than half. And then that increased, did it, after that? By the last week by roughly the last 10 days of February, it was over 90% of what I was personally spending my time on, though there were other things kind of floating in and out. But it was certainly not, I think this is a really important point to register. The government itself, and Number 10, was not operating on a war footing in February on this in any way, shape or form. Lots of key people were literally skiing in the middle of February. It wasn't until the last week of February that there was really any sort of sense of urgency, I would say, across the in terms of Number 10 in the Cabinet Office. Would you say that you were operating on a war footing in February? As I said before, I think in the first 10 days or so of February, no, because there were all sorts of things going on. There was the HS2 nightmare, there was the reshuffle going on, and then that happened on the 12th, and then the PM went away on holiday for 2 weeks. And then after that, I didn't go on holiday. I was in Downing Street throughout that period, and I spent more and more of my time on it. However, and again, I want to apologise for this. I didn't. Obviously, in retrospect, I should have been hitting the panic button far more than I was in February. I did increasingly hit the panic button as February went on. But I, like most people, I think were wrongly reassured by things like the WHO and about what we were being told internally. Well, the WHO declared a public health emergency of international concern on the 30th of January. So the WHO was not giving reassurance, quite the opposite. They did say that, but it wasn't... After the 30th of January, it was not at all seen in Whitehall that there was going to be a pandemic. I'm talking about Whitehall, I'm talking about what's going on around the world. We had TV pictures of Wuhan being sealed off, reports of people's doors being welded shut. Yeah. Were you not aware of that at that time, towards the end of January? Right. Yes, was aware. And you weren't on a war footing, and you've explained that's something that you regret. Just kind of finally on this, you said that it didn't occupy the majority of your time during February, it increased over time. Just give a brief summary of what were the other things that you were dealing with, what were the principal demands in your time during February? There was, well, I was working very much on the whole kind of science and technology agenda. I was working on procurement reform. Ironically, in January and early Feb, one of the things that I spent most of my own time on was trying to get to grips with the procurement system. We ended up having to, and I had regular weekly meetings in the Cabinet Room on procurement in January and February to try and get to grips with the nightmare of that whole thing. Ironically, that was completely overtaken by the COVID. We had to bin the procurement meetings that I was running because of the procurement problems with COVID, if you see what I mean. So there was science, planning, procurement, science and technology. There were various national security issues that I was dealing with in February. But essentially, there was kind of the first 10 days of February, which were HS2, reshuffle, various things like that. And then the Prime Minister and other people went off on holiday. And then I was dealing with some of those things from the 12th, but then increasingly with COVID in the second half of the last 2 weeks of February.
Okay.
I also sent, so after the election, I hired a guy, a physicist called Ben Warner, and brought him into Number 10 to try and start to build a proper data and analytical office in Number 10, because one of the great problems that Number 10 had in 2019 when I was there was a huge lack of these kind of skills.
So that was taking time.
So I brought him in. I sent him off to start attending the SAGE meetings.
Let's come on to that, because I want to ask some questions about SAGE meetings, everyone. I want to leave time for comments on this. So just again, some contextual questions. Obviously, you're not just the advisor, but the chief advisor to the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Did you have to book meetings with him, or did you, as it were, pop in and out of his office?
I was just popping in and out of his office.
You sat literally outside the door, I think. Is that right?
Effectively, yes. Not literally, but yes.
Right. And did you write notes to him as well, or was it through that kind of informal popping into the office?
I sometimes wrote notes, but most of our interaction was talking.
Did you write any notes to him about the COVID situation during January and February?
I did in February. I'm not sure if I did in January.
Did you keep a copy of it?
I can check exactly what I said to him in February in terms of things that were written down.
And if you have it, will you share it with the committee?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. What about, so you were there sitting outside the office, you sent at least one note. Did you use text and WhatsApp with thoughts on,
yes,
on the pandemic there? Have you kept copies of those during that period?
Not all, but lots, yes.
Okay, could you share those that are relevant to what the response to COVID was during that period?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. And just finally on some of the meetings, COBRA is the principal emergency response apparatus of the government. It met on the 24th of January, so
yes,
before the WHO had raised its international alert. It met another 4 times in the 5 weeks before the month of March. Did you go to those COBRA meetings?
I'm not sure now if I attended the COBRA meetings. I don't think that I did. What I did was I sent, as I said before, I hired a guy to run data for Number 10.
But was that did you choose not to go, or were you stopped from going?
So it was a question of basically dividing up different people's time. So what I did was I sent Ben Warner, the data scientist, and Imran, who was the Prime Minister's personal secretary who dealt with the NHS and the whole COVID thing. So mainly speaking in February, those two attended COBRA meetings.
The Ben 5 Warner, meetings. Do you remember whether you attended any COBRA meeting in February?
I don't remember.
Right. Did you advise the Prime Minister that he should go to the COBRA meetings?
No, I did not.
Why, given this is the principal body that brings all of the security people, the health security people, the intelligence people together, why didn't you go, and why didn't you advise the Prime Minister to go? Well,
as I say, I didn't go because it was a better use of everyone's time for Ben Warner and for Imran to actually attend those meetings. I spoke and had briefings one-to-one with Patrick Vallance, the Chief Scientific Advisor, and with Chris Whitty about specific things. Lots of COBRA meetings are basically just sort of going through PowerPoint slides and are not massively useful.
So that was your take, that COBRA wasn't worth your time?
No, it was not that COBRA wasn't worth my time, but in terms of what was the best use of everybody's time, the best use of everybody's time was to have... Ben Warner was actually a scientist, so he attended the SAGE meetings in February on behalf of Number 10, for which there's been some criticism, but I think it was absolutely the right decision that I took to do that. And he and Imran attended the COBRA meetings. I was briefed one-to-one by Patrick and by Chris and by other people where I could dig into a lot of other questions. Also bear in mind, one of the huge problems we had throughout was things leaking and causing chaos in the media.
Leaking from Cobra?
Leaking from Cobra, leaking from practically everything. And so when I wanted to have sensitive conversations that I didn't want to see appear in the media, I did not have those conversations in Cobra. I had those conversations
just pause on that. So you're saying that the meeting, the most secure meeting in Whitehall, literally named after a room, the Cabinet Office briefing room, where you've got to leave your phone outside, it's swept for bugs. That meeting was so insecure that you didn't feel that you could speak candidly at it. You said you were concerned about leaks. That's presumably the implication.
Certainly. I mean, you can just look at the record. I mean, the meetings of the Access Committee, which was supposedly the secret negotiation committee for Brexit, which operated out of the Cobra rooms at my request from summer 2019, leaked like a sieve continually.
Okay. So you had Cobra, which was nominally the fulcrum of the response.
Yes.
But you didn't go, the Prime Minister didn't go. You said on one of your tweets this week that if we'd had competent people in charge, we probably could have avoided lockdown 1. But you and the Prime Minister didn't consider yourself to be relevant to that meeting. Was there another meeting, or were you not the most competent, relevant people?
Well, as I said, I was having meetings about it, but I was having meetings with people like Patrick, by myself, or with 2 or 3 other people in a forum where I knew that they wouldn't leak. Lots of the Cobra meetings are quite formulaic. In terms of the Prime Minister, the basic thought was that in February, the Prime Minister regarded this as just a scare story. He described it as the new swine flu.
Did you tell him it wasn't?
Certainly. But the view of various officials inside Number 10 was, if we have the Prime Minister chairing Cobra meetings and he just tells everyone it's swine flu, don't worry about it, I'm going to get Chris Whitty to inject me live on TV with coronavirus so everyone realises it's nothing to be frightened of, that would not help actually serious planning.
Okay, but you talk about people in Number 10 and you described the dysfunctionality of Cobra. You're not just a person in Number 10. You are literally, your title was the chief advisor, Actually, that wasn't, with respect, that actually wasn't my title. My title was assistant to the Prime Minister. Right. But So you didn't consider yourself to be the most senior person in Number 10?
Well, I mean, I'm not the most senior person in Number 10. The Cabinet Secretary is the most senior person, and the Principal Private Secretary runs his office. I mean, obviously, I had an influential role. You didn't have the authority to be able to. You write and often persuasively about the need to avoid sort of tram lines and groupthink. You talked about a red team that's challenging the consensus. Yeah. When you noted that the Cobra meetings were not useful meetings, didn't you have the authority in Downing Street to be able to point this out and call for change? No. To change it? No, there's lots of... My authority to change things in Downing Street is extremely limited. I mean, bear in mind, at the beginning of January, I tried extremely hard to have a huge office reorganisation because, as you guys will know yourselves, the whole Number 10 building is completely hopeless in terms of a working environment. I tried in January to get everybody to move to create a whole new office system so that we could actually be more effective, and I completely lost the argument. So there are all sorts of things I tried to do which, for better or worse, I did not win the argument on. I understand. Just finally, in terms of this background, we talked about Cobra. What about SAGE? SAGE met for the first time on the 22nd of January, then it met very frequently after that. Did you attend routinely the meetings of SAGE? I attended, I wouldn't say routinely, I attended some of them. I sent Ben Warner to attend all of them, and he did.
Did you have the right to attend? You delegated to Ben Warner, but could you have gone yourself if you wanted?
I could have done, yes.
Yeah, I see.
But again, I took the view that, so in a sense, it's a slightly opposite problem of COBRA, whereas lots of COBRA meetings are just sort of reading out PowerPoints. The SAGE meetings, quite a lot of those are technical, involving technical questions, and I am not a technical person. I'm not a smart person. I couldn't understand a lot of the models and things like that were being discussed. Ben Warner's
anyone reading your blogs would say that you had a facility with technical terms and discussions.
That's wrong. That's not a good description of me at all. I sent Ben precisely because, and I involved and brought in outsiders from the academic world and from business later on, precisely because I couldn't understand a lot of the things that were being discussed, and I couldn't understand the modelling that was being done. So I thought it was far better to have a PhD physicist there who could actually properly look at the documents and really understand what was being said. That he had a lot more to contribute to that than I did. Now, I listened to lots of the conversations in February
2020 to refer to coronaviruses.
Well, there's been a lot of funny things written about this. There's lots of media stories saying that I changed what I wrote, but those stories are all false. Not a single letter of what I wrote in 2019 was ever changed. In 2019, I wrote a blog that said, here is a huge problem, these gain-of-function experiments being done all over the world. Here is this big piece in the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists explaining it. So I wrote a blog, and then I quoted a big chunk of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists thing, and then I wrote underneath, here's what I think about it, and this should be taken more seriously in Whitehall. Not a single letter of what I wrote was changed. What happened was in, I think it was May, sometime in the summer, not particularly important, after the first wave had happened, I was extremely confident and turned out to be completely wrong that the whole question about a lab leak would be shortly a massive issue. Because I thought that Trump was going to make it a massive issue in the election against Biden, given that Obama's administration had funded some of the gain-of-function experiments in Wuhan itself. And I went back and looked at the Bulletin of Atomic Sciences piece that I'd originally quoted and said people should read this. And in that piece, it actually has a section on Wuhan itself and the BSL-2, BSL-3, BSL-4 facilities there. And I thought, geez, I sort of half remembered, half forgotten the whole thing. It was about a year before. I'm going to basically go back to the Bulletin of Atomic Science piece and paste a much bigger section than I did originally back on my blog. Because once Trump and everyone starts going on about this, everyone's going to be asking about it and seeing like, where did this argument come from and whatnot. And I wanted people to realise this isn't some weird thing that's just popped up. People were ringing alarm bells about this a year ago.
But therefore you changed
just to stress, not a single word of what I wrote was changed. All I did was paste over the bulletin, more from the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists.
So you changed the blog by adding to it things that you thought were of current interest.
Correct.
Right. So that's clear. But the time that you did it, do you remember when you did it? It was between April and May of 2020. We know. Do you remember?
It was reasonably shortly after I'd come back to work after being ill. So I came back to work on the 12th, 13th of April. Sometime I think over the next few weeks, because we were discussing the issue was starting to bubble around, and there were meetings about it in slide number 10.
So wasn't that a pretty intense period? Did you have the leisure to be changing, to adding to your blog posts of a previous year?
Well, as I said, I thought wrongly that it was going to become a massive issue, and I knew that everyone would start Googling the whole thing, and I wanted people to realise that people had been hitting the panic button about this a year earlier, and I thought it would be useful. I mean, if you look back at everything that I've written over the last 10 years, I've written over and over again about the problems like pandemics, natural or engineered, about crises, about the number 10 system. It frankly never occurred to me, given that I wrote tens of thousands of words about it, that people would get so head up about the whole thing. I just thought it was very useful for people to realise. And as you've seen in the news recently, there's now all sorts of things starting to come out from classified American sources suggesting that actually there were people ill with COVID in the Wuhan lab back in November. So I was completely wrong about the timing of it, but I do think it's a very important issue that needs to be addressed.
Absolutely. It's not to say it's not interesting, but the tens of thousands of words that you wrote were not at a time when you were employed in public service to handle the most important emergency that the country has faced since the war.
Sorry, I didn't quite understand.
You say that the blog contains your reflections over the years. The tens of thousands of words that you wrote were written at times when you weren't employed in the role that you had during that time. I was perhaps expressing surprise that you had the time to be able to think about adding to or updating your blog when there were, as we'll probably come on to talk about, some pressing operational issues.
I went back and reread the bulletin on topic, but also bear in mind, at the time, this was an actual live issue. It's not just a sort of historical thing. When I went back to number 10 after the 12th, there were meetings in there then asking, is this engineered? Is it not engineered? Has it escaped from the lab? Has it not? What are the implications of all of this? So there were meetings with the Prime Minister, the National Security Team and whatnot about that question. Then, I obviously can't go into any of the details about that, but it was a live issue. So I went back and reread, not just that piece, but lots of pieces. Pasting over text into a blog takes 90 seconds. It's not like this was something that's lengthy. I mean, it's literally something that takes a minute or so. Okay,
let's move on to this question of the policy or not of herd immunity. Jeremy's going to lead the question on this, but just in handing over, just set out for us what I think you've referred to as being a crucial week, the week beginning Monday, the 9th of March. Just give us a brief summary of what happened in terms of the key meetings that week, and then Jeremy will have some questions on it.
Would it be useful if I explain what the sort of the thinking about herd immunity now, or would?
Yeah, I'll hand over to Jeremy now.
Yep, please go ahead.
So I think that there's obviously lots of confusion in the term can be used and is used differently by different people to mean different things. Essentially, the logic of the official plan from the Department of Health was that this disease is going to spread. Vaccines are not going to be relevant in any way, shape or form over the relevant time period. We were told it was essentially a certainty that there would be no vaccines available in 2020. Something else which turned out to be completely wrong, because as I think we'll come on to, it actually turns out we could have done vaccines much faster than happened, and that we thought at the time. But at the time, the whole plan was based on the assumption that it was a certainty that there would be no vaccines in 2020. So the logic was, you can either have, if it's unconstrained, it will come in and there'll be a sharp peak like that, and it will completely swamp everything, and huge disaster. The logical approach, therefore, is to introduce measures which delay that peak arriving and which push it down below the capacity of the health system. In response to the argument, but hang on a second, look at what they're doing in Wuhan, look at what they're doing in Taiwan, look at what they're doing in Singapore, look at what they're doing in South Korea. The entire assumption in Whitehall was, first of all, that won't work for them, and they will all have second peaks later on. Secondly, it's inconceivable that the British public are going to accept Wuhan-style measures here. Even if we therefore suppress it completely, all that you're going to do is get a second peak in the winter when the NHS is already every year under pressure. So we only actually have a real choice between one peak and herd immunity by September, terrible, but then you're through it by the time the next winter comes. If you try and flatten it now, this second peak comes up in wintertime. That's even worse than the summer. So horrific as the numbers look in the summer, the numbers will be even worse if this happens in October, November, December time. So it's important to bear in mind this on this whole herd immunity point. Obviously, no one is saying that they want this to happen. The point is it was seen as an inevitability. You will either have herd immunity by September after a single peak, or you will have herd immunity by January with a second peak. Those are the only two options that we have. That was the whole logic of all of the discussions in January and February and early March. And that's why in the week of the 9th, people from SAGE and elsewhere in the government started to talk publicly about herd immunity. It's not that people are thinking this is a good thing and we actively want it. It's that it's a complete inevitability. The only real question is one of timing. It's either herd immunity by September or it's herd immunity by January after a second peak. That was the assumption up until Friday the 13th of March.
So when Matt Hancock said on the 15th of March, we have a plan, herd immunity is not part of it, was that wrong?
Yes, and saying it's not part of it is completely wrong. I think there's a sort of semantic problem now that, and I look back through all of our WhatsApps between me and the Prime Minister and Hancock and Chris Vallance and whatnot. Essentially, there's a sort of semantic question about, is the goal herd immunity? Do we want herd immunity? Versus, is that the basic plan? Of course, no one wants this to happen. No one wanted any of it to happen. But the point was, herd immunity was regarded as an unavoidable fact. It was the only question that we practically had was one of timing. So, I mean, we can go through the chronology of it, but after some SAGE members said on the 11th publicly, well, you know, we're going to be shielding people, and then by the time they come out of shielding, the rest of the population will have herd immunity. That was the plan. I'm completely baffled as to why Number 10 is trying to deny that, because that was the official plan. You can see it in the COBRA documents that I brought along. Hancock himself and the chief scientist and the chief medical officer were all briefing senior journalists during the week of the 9th. This is what the official plan is.
So let me ask you about the SAGE meeting on the 5th of March, which the minutes say you were at. Now, at that point on the 5th of March, it was 5 weeks since the WHO had said COVID was a public health emergency of international concern, and countries like China, Taiwan, Korea, even Australia and New Zealand were starting to lock their borders down, set up test and trace programs, stop mass events. But the minutes of that 5th of March meeting say that the only measures recommended were shielding the vulnerable and elderly. At that point, on the 5th of March, did you advise the Prime Minister that SAGE was wrong?
No, I didn't. So I was ringing increasing alarm bells in the first half of March. But I had a sort of my thought process was, so I started getting people coming to me round about the 25th of February saying, very smart people saying to me, America is completely screwing this up. You should be really aggressive. Don't listen to all these people saying that, you know, there's no alternative to this. I personally am starting to take preparations. I'm buying things. We're going to have to lock down, etc., etc. But the official view all the way through the first half of March and actually into the week of the 16th of March was that that would all be more dangerous. Now, my mindset was, I was really torn about the whole thing because in the first 10 days of March, I was increasingly being told by people, I think this is going wrong. But I was also really, really worried about kind of like smashing my hand down on a massive button marked, ditch the official plan, stop listening to the official plan. I think that there's something going wrong. Now, I did do that, as we'll come on to, but around about the 5th, I was still reluctant to do that, and we were exploring lots of different things that were going on.
So just to be clear, that was 2 weeks before the Champions League event in Liverpool, the Cheltenham Gold Cup.
Yes.
And you didn't, at that point, advise that those mass participation sports events should be cancelled?
No. And in fact, our official advice at the time was, and this shows the kind of logic at play, the official advice at the time was, doing that, A, won't really make much difference to transmission, which seems obviously bizarre in retrospect, the idea that we would keep having mass events going on through this whole thing. But also, secondly, it could be actively bad because you'll just push people into pubs. And of course, no one in the kind of official system in Department of Health drew the obvious logical conclusion, which was, well, shouldn't we be shutting all the pubs as well? The kind of, at this point, round about the 5th, the logic was, oh yeah, well, obviously, given we're not going to be closing pubs and closing retail and closing leisure and all of this, then I sort of see the point of the official advice. Because if you're not going to do those things, it does have a logic to it. Now, of course, the logic itself was completely flawed, but that's what the thinking was around the 5th of March.
So let's talk about the weekend when the plan did change. So this morning you tweeted a picture of a whiteboard from the Prime Minister's study of what you call Plan B, and you said you showed that to him on the morning of Saturday, the 14th of March.
Yeah.
Was that the moment that you told him for the first time that the scientific consensus, as we saw in those earlier SAGE meetings, was wrong?
No, it wasn't the first time. So the data scientist Ben Warner was working in number 10. His brother, coincidentally and thankfully, was working with the NHS to help the NHS with building a whole data system and data dashboard to deal with COVID. He came to me on the 7th of March, and he had been in various meetings about the official plan. And he said to me, I'm really, really worried about this. It seems to me that people, this plan could easily be mad. It could be incredibly destructive. Like, has this really been tested? Have you really thought it all through? Should I and some others start thinking about Plan B?
But when did you tell the Prime Minister that we needed to change direction?
So on the morning of the 12th,
right.
I said, well, I mean, there's all sorts of different things.
But the morning of the 12th, that's a Thursday, wasn't it? That was the first time you told the Prime Minister the scientific consensus is wrong, we need a Plan B.
So on the night of the 11th, I texted the group with the Prime Minister and the Chief Scientific Advisor, and I said, people can see the trajectory and how social distancing will be needed to flatten the curve. Very sensible people, including former CDC officials, etc., and doctors are saying the risks of delay are much, much higher than the risks of going too soon. If we're not going to say tomorrow, starting social distancing today, we're waiting, and effectively just keep telling people to wash hands, there's going to be massive pushback saying, why wait 5 days? Why not move now? Why not flatten earlier? Proposing tomorrow that we delay action until next week will require extremely clear justification with supporting data, models, etc. We'd have to make it public for global scrutiny. So this is on the night of the 11th. This is because, and this is why I and others had this kind of mounting panic about the whole thing.
And were there people in SAGE who shared your view that we were going in the wrong direction, or was there a groupthink that was broadly shared by everyone?
As far as I can tell, as far as I can tell, and as far as I remember, most people in SAGE thought, this fundamental logic was still operative on the 11th and the 12th in Sage. And this is the reason why I've been reluctant over the previous week to tell the Prime Minister, I think the advice that we're getting is wrong. Even around the 11th and 12th, as far as I could tell from Sage and as far as the minutes show, the fundamental assumption remained we can't do lockdown and we can't do suppression because it just means a second peak later. So on the night of the 11th, I warned, I sent that message and said, you know, if we're not going to... So on the 11th, it became clear that, which became a running feature of the whole thing, that contrary to our expectations, all sorts of things which we thought were in train actually were not in train. So on the 11th, there was pushback from within the system against advising the following day, i.e. the 12th, to say stay at home if you've got symptoms. And me and others were realising at this point the system is basically delaying announcing all of these things because there's not a proper plan in place. And the justification is, oh, well, it doesn't really matter if it's now or in a week's time. But actually, if the whole logic doesn't work, and essentially these things have been delayed simply because there hasn't been the planning and the preparation made. I wanted this to announce on the 12th, the individuals stay at home, and also to push through the household quarantine as well.
Let me just ask you briefly, how do we stop that happening in the future? Because there was a consensus about the way to do things. We know now with the benefit of hindsight that was wrong, but how would you change the structures and systems to prevent that kind of thing happening for a future pandemic?
I mean, that's obviously a huge question. I think there's absolutely no doubt at all that the process by which Sage was secret and overall the whole thinking around the strategy was secret was an absolutely catastrophic mistake, because it meant that there wasn't proper scrutiny of the assumptions behind and the underlying logic behind it. Actually, Sage agreed about this. You know, when I said on the 11th, we're going to have to make all these models public and whatnot, there wasn't pushback from Sage, and there wasn't pushback from Patrick Vallance either. Patrick actually agreed with me. And when I said we should just publish the code for the models so people can actually play with the code themselves and see what the hell these models are, Patrick also agreed and said to Sage that we should do that. The problem is, by the time we were doing this, it was too late. By the 11th to 12th, we'd already gone terribly wrong. Now, if you see this document here, in terms of your previous question, Jeremy,
what are the documents?
This is from a COBRA document and a dashboard document. It actually was in various documents over this time period. I put it on my Twitter feed, but it has this graph here. This was the logic from Sage, and this was the logic in the Department of Health at the time. You see, the black line there is do nothing. The blue line there is do a little bit. The green line is do a kind of Wuhan style, not necessarily Wuhan, but in that direction, suppression essentially. And as it says, very stringent social behavioural interventions, such as those in China, have the potential to prevent major epidemic establishing, but risks large epidemic re-establishing. The advised approach seeks to avoid this possibility. So this is actually after the crucial meetings on the 13th and the 14th. This graph kept appearing 15th, 16th, 17th. This remained the official logic for days.
You've described the behavioural scientists who advised Sage on Spy B, I think it was, as charlatans, and be very critical of the advice they got about how people would react to a lockdown. Did you at the time commission research to challenge that view?
So we definitely did challenge it. Just to correct that, I didn't say that everybody involved with Spy B were charlatans, and that's not the case. The problem is that in this field of behavioural science, there are a lot of charlatans. And anybody who's been involved with the political world knows that the whole field is riddled with duff studies, memes that people believe are true but aren't true. And there's no doubt whatsoever that this actually was a critical part of the false groupthink. One of the critical things that was completely wrong in the whole official thinking in SAGE and in the Department of Health in February, March was the British public will, first of all, the British public will not accept a lockdown. Secondly, the British public will not accept what was thought of as a kind of East Asian style track and trace type system and the infringements of liberty around that. Those two assumptions were completely central to the official plan and were both obviously completely wrong. And in the first half of March, this was raised sometimes in the Prime Minister's office, and me and others were literally pointing at the TV screen of Lombardy and saying, look at what's happening in Lombardy. We are getting text messages on our own phones from our own family saying what's going on. This assumption that the public won't, basically aren't that frightened and don't want to have a lockdown is false, and we should abandon it. But there's no doubt that that was an extremely important thing.
Two final questions from me about that period. So on Monday the 16th of March, the Prime Minister did announce a change of tack and people were advised to socially distance. But pubs and restaurants were not closed.
Yep.
Mass sports events were not stopped. Did you advise that we should be going further at that point, or did you go along with that softer version of the lockdown?
So can I backtrack, because I think we need to understand the crucial period between the Thursday the 12th and the Sunday when things started to change. So on the 12th, we started. It was a completely surreal day because. So I sent a message to the Prime Minister at 7:48 that morning, and forgive the language that this is expressed in, but I might as well just say what I actually said. We've got big problems coming. The Cabinet Office is terrifyingly shit. No plans, totally behind the pace. We must announce today, not next week. If you feel ill with cold or flu, stay home. Some around the system want to delay because they haven't done the work. We must force the pace. We're looking at 100 to 500,000 deaths between optimistic and pessimistic scenarios. You've got to chair the daily meetings in the Cabinet room, not COBRA, because the COBRA system just couldn't work. We couldn't get all the data in properly. It didn't work for a kind of open thing. So that's how the day started off, with us thinking, okay, today is going to be all about COVID and whether or not we're going to announce the household quarantine. We then got completely derailed because in the morning of the 12th, suddenly the national security people came in and said, Trump wants us to join a bombing campaign in the Middle East tonight. And we need to start having meetings about that through the day with COBRA as well. So everything to do with COBRA that day on COVID was completely disrupted because you had these two parallel sets of meetings. You had the national security people running in and out talking about, are we going to bomb the Middle East? And we had the COBRA meeting being delayed and whatnot as we were trying to figure out, are we going to do household quarantine? And then to add to it sounds so surreal it couldn't possibly be true. That day, the Times had run a huge story about the Prime Minister and his girlfriend and their dog. And the Prime Minister's girlfriend was going completely crackers about this story and demanding that the press office deal with that. So we had this sort of completely insane situation in which part of the building was saying, are we going to bomb Iraq? Part of the building was arguing about whether or not we're going to do quarantine or not do quarantine. The Prime Minister has his girlfriend going crackers about something completely trivial. And you have all of these meetings kind of going on through the course of the 12th. In the end, we had the meeting on COBRA, we had the meeting on COVID, and we decided to push ahead with household quarantine pretty quickly. Fortunately, thank God, the Attorney General persuaded the Prime Minister not to go along with the whole bombing campaign. And then at the end of all of this, at roughly 9 o'clock that night, I then sat down with Ben Warner and with Mark Warner. And at that point, that's essentially when they kind of hit the total panic button with me. And they said, we're looking at all of this data, we're looking at all of these graphs. We're heading for total and utter catastrophe. We need to have plan B. And I'm going to, so Ben then went off and spoke to Patrick Vallance about this on Friday the 13th. On Friday the 13th, we then started to look through all of this information. We started to pick apart all of these different graphs. Ben spoke to Patrick. Patrick said, I'm also extremely concerned. It seems that something has gone fundamentally wrong in the wiring of the system. We've got these graphs showing that even on the best case scenario with the official plan, you're going to completely smash through the capacity of the NHS. Not by a little bit, but by multiple times. The evening of Friday the 13th, I'm sitting with Ben Warner and the Prime Minister's private secretary in the Prime Minister's study. And we basically say we're going to have to sit down with the Prime Minister tomorrow and explain to him that we think that we're going to have to ditch the whole official plan and we're heading for the biggest disaster this country's seen since 1940. This is the whiteboard. I put it on my Twitter account, and I've also sent it to some journalists. Hopefully it'll be on, you can be able to see it on the internet, and you've got copies of it here. This has essentially Plan B sketched on it. The timestamp is 9 minutes past 8 on the Friday night. So essentially what's happening at this point is we're thinking, what do we do on this? At this point, the second most powerful official in the country, Helen McNamara, is the Deputy Cabinet Secretary. She walked into the office while we're looking at this whiteboard. She says, I've just been talking to the official, Mark Sweeney, who is in charge of coordinating with the Department for Health. He said, quote, I've been told for years that there is a whole plan for this. There is no plan. We're in huge trouble. I've come through here to the, Helen McNamara said, I've come through here to the Prime Minister's office to tell you all, quote, I think we are absolutely fucked. I think this country's heading for a disaster. I think we're going to kill thousands of people. As soon as I've been told this, I've come through to see you. It seems from the conversation that you're having that that's correct. And I said, I think you're right. I think it is a disaster. I'm going to speak to the Prime Minister about it tomorrow. We're trying to sketch out here what Plan B is.
We're listening to evidence from the former advisor to Boris Johnson, and we apologise for the language used in quoting an official visiting Downing Street.
For another week. And I just want to understand, was your advice that we should go ahead and do all those things from the Monday when that advice was rejected, or did you not advise that?
So if you... this is the other whiteboard.
Could you just answer that question? Because I think that's very important we know. Did you advise that those things should happen?
So, yes and no. On the Saturday, we had the official meeting in the morning in the cabinet room. After the official meeting ended, I then got the Prime Minister into his study with me and Ben Warner and Mark Warner and the Prime Minister's private secretary for health. And we showed him...
Sorry, could we just get to the question? I just really want to understand, did you or did you not advise that pubs, restaurants should be shut? Yes or no?
As I say, yes, but it's more complicated than that. So we showed him this graph, and it has here, no mitigation, our plan. Yeah. This is all the NHS broken. Here's an actual plan, which is lockdown.
I'm really sorry, but I just want to be clear. So you did advise him, and he rejected that advice, and the pubs and restaurants and mass sports events carried on for another week. Is that correct?
So it's more complicated, as I said. We said on the 14th, we are going to have to lock down. We are going to have to get there as soon as we possibly can. All of you are being shown So we'll come back to the kind of logic. The basic answer to your question is yes. On the 14th, we said to the Prime Minister, you are going to have to lock down. But there is no lockdown plan. It doesn't exist. SAGE haven't modelled it. DH don't have a plan. We are going to have to figure out and hack together a lockdown plan.
So it wasn't so much that you rejected your advice, it was just that we weren't physically ready to proceed on that basis, and we needed longer to work up how you would do things like that. Is that the broad picture?
Sort of. Essentially, the Prime Minister, quite reasonably, this was like, imagine, this is like a scene from Independence Day with Jeff Goldblum saying the aliens are here and your whole plan is broken and you need a new plan, right? That is what the scene was like that morning with Ben Warner in the Jeff Goldblum role. He took the Prime Minister through all the graphs and through the NHS graphs and showed him the system is thinking that this is all weeks and weeks and weeks away. You're being shown all of these graphs about time to peak of the epidemic in June, but this is all completely wrong. The NHS is going to be smashed in weeks,
and we've
got days.
Thank you. I just want to ask a final question because lots of colleagues want to come in, and it's about your role. So you're correct, your title was Assistant to the Prime Minister, but you were really the most powerful person in Downing Street after the Prime Minister, because everyone knew that he listened to you more than he listened to any civil servant, more than he listened actually to any cabinet minister. But you didn't advise him, in your own words, to change tack until the night of the 11th of March, and you didn't have a meeting to discuss that until the 14th of March, 6 weeks after our first case, 6 weeks after the World Health Organization had raised the alarm. You didn't advise him to cancel the Cheltenham Gold Cup, the Champions League matches, to lock down the borders, the things that could have prevented a lockdown. Now, he would have thought, I've not just got the scientific establishment who are telling me I don't need to lock down. I've actually got Dom, who's really interested in science and even goes along to the SAGE meetings as well. So do you not recognise that that was a massive failure on your part as his chief advisor, that you took so long to come to him with advice to change tack?
I think that there's no doubt, in retrospect, that yes, it was a huge failing of mine, and I bitterly regret that I didn't kind of hit the emergency panic button earlier than I did. I think, in retrospect, there's no doubt that I was wrong not to. All I can say is that my worry was, like, my mental sort of state at the time was, on the one hand, you could sort of know from the last week of February that a whole bunch of things are wrong. It was clear in all the meetings with the PHE, everybody, that everything was going wrong. Everything we pushed, everything we probed, everything was wrong, bad, terrible. But I was incredibly frightened, I guess is the word, about the consequences of me kind of pulling a massive emergency string and saying, the official plan is wrong and it's going to kill everyone and you've got to change plan. Because what if I'm wrong? What if I persuade him that to change tack, and that's a disaster? Everyone's telling me that if we go down this alternative path, it's going to be 5 times worse in the winter. And what if that's the consequence? So I think in retrospect, it's clear that the official plan was wrong. It's clear that the whole advice was wrong. And I think it's clear that we obviously should have locked down essentially the first week of March at the latest. We certainly should have been doing all of these things weeks earlier than we did. I think it's unarguable that that is the case. I personally bitterly regret that it wasn't until around about the 11th or the 12th that I started to do that. But to be clear, on the 12th, okay, on this crazy day of the 12th, we're sitting in the Prime Minister's office. The Cabinet, we're talking about the herd immunity plan. The Cabinet Secretary said, Prime Minister, you should go on TV tomorrow and explain to people the herd immunity plan and that it's like the old chickenpox parties. We need people to get this disease because that's how we get herd immunity by September. And I said, Mark, you've got to stop using this chickenpox analogy. It's not right. And he said, why? And Ben Warner said, because chickenpox is not spreading exponentially and killing hundreds of thousands of people. And you could sense in the whole room there was this kind of shock. And it was only really at that moment that we realised, and Mark, now, to stress, this wasn't some weird thing that the Cabinet Secretary came up with. He was saying what the official advice to him from the Department of Health was. So it was a huge big deal for me and for Ben Warner to say, basically, we think that this whole thing is wrong. Now, should we have done it earlier? In retrospect, I think obviously we should, and I'm terribly, deeply sorry that I didn't. But hopefully people can realise why I was also very fearful of doing that, because it did cause absolute carnage. Once we did this on the 14th, and once we then started to push the Prime Minister to change path, lots of people did come to me and say, what on earth are you doing? We're going to lock down, it's going to bounce back up, it's going to be worse, this is all going to be, on you and the people who are trying to change path. Now, I think, I've said it, I think I'm terribly sorry that I didn't do it earlier, but it just seemed like such a massive thing. It was almost surreal, the whole experience, and part of what me and Ben, on the Friday night we were doing this, and then the next morning when there was this kind of the Jeff Goldblum scene with Ben explaining things, the whole thing just seemed like a kind of out of control movie. And in retrospect, it's clear that we should have acted earlier, but at the time, we just didn't.
Okay, we've got quite a lot more ground to cover, as I think you'd expect. So I'm going to turn to my colleagues, starting with Mark Logan and then Rosie Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. And so, Mr. Cummings, in British politics, you're considered as extremely successful by many people. You took back control, you got Brexit done. But when it comes to this particular issue, why were you not able to nail an earlier lockdown?
I didn't pay enough attention to it early enough, for sure. So one other thing that I should have done earlier on. So one of the other reasons why I finally had the confidence to say that I thought that the system had gone catastrophically wrong was, I also got in touch with a guy called Professor Tim Gowers at Cambridge, who's a Fields medalist. He's one of the smartest people on the planet. And I got in touch with him, and I started sharing SAGE documents with him in the week of the 9th, I can't remember the exact date. And people like him, and then shortly afterwards, Demis Hassabis at DeepMind, who I also started sharing documents with and talking to, they actually could understand these things. And so the combination of Mark Warner, Hassabis, Tim Gowers, you had three incredibly able people who could understand the technicalities in a way that I couldn't do, saying this to me. And that gave me the kind of confidence to say to the Prime Minister, we should change. But it's obvious in retrospect that I just left this whole thing until far, 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 far too late, and I'm terribly sorry about that. I should have done this in January, is the reality of it. And I think that was a big part. We just had this closed. It was a classic. You read about these things in history books. It was literally a classic historical example of groupthink in action. And because the process was closed, that's what happens in closed groupthink bubbles. Everyone just reinforced themselves, and the more people from the outside attacked, the more people internally said, "Oh, well, they don't understand, and they haven't got access to all this information and whatnot." So it was this classic groupthink bubble. Now, in the end, I think a lot of people will say I did the wrong thing by trying to bounce the system into a different path, and who knows? But whether that's right or wrong, what is unarguably the case is that part of my job was to say, in situations like this, to challenge things, and I did do it on other things. And although I did do it here, I obviously did not do it early enough, and that is the heart of the thing. If this process had been opened up to outside scientific scrutiny and other smart people's scrutiny, because remember, a lot of people who figured out the answer to this were quantitative people, but who were not epidemiologists and disease specialists. There were people like Hassabis, there were people like Gowers, there were people like Mark Warner. If we'd opened the process up to them in January and put all of these assumptions out on the table, we'd have figured out at least six weeks earlier that there was an alternative plan. And this whole thing of, well, you've only got a choice between that peak or delay and then that peak is complete garbage. In fact, the plan that we put to the PM on the 14th, we could have developed that 6 weeks earlier about suppress and then build and crash programs for drugs and vaccines and everything else. So, you know, I failed and I apologise for that.
On your earlier point about inertia, I mean, why do you think that was? And I use a personal example. Mid to end of January last year, my wife and child were sat about 500 miles east of Wuhan, waiting to return to the UK, and they were saying to me, this is very real. We had a meeting in Parliament, it was Chris Whitty chaired it, on the 11th of February. 650 MPs were invited, I think about 15 or at the most 20 attended. There was just a sense of inertia, and to your earlier point, a lack of urgency. What explains that? Is it people? Is it the institutions? Is it cultural?
Well, we obviously had the wrong people in all sorts of crucial things. I also think it's important to realise that at this time, not just the Prime Minister, but many other people thought that the real danger is not the health danger, but the overreaction to it and the economy. Now, the Prime Minister said all the way through February and through the first half of March, the real danger here isn't this new swine flu thing, it's that the reaction to it is going to cripple the economy. And to be fair to the Prime Minister, although I think he was completely wrong, lots of other senior people in Whitehall had the same view, that the real danger was the economic one. And it was because of this groupthink that people, and also the fact that all of these health graphs about the lack of urgency, I think this is an incredibly important point which I should have explained before. All of these graphs had time to peak with 12 weeks away, right? So when we're talking about meetings in the week of the 9th, when people like the Warners were saying, panic, panic, advance, everyone was thinking, we've got ages to think about this. The peak is not until June. We've got weeks to potentially make decisions about these things. There's a fundamental misunderstanding about how far this already was in the country, how fast it was spreading in the country. The lack of testing data was an absolutely critical disaster because we didn't realise early enough how far it had already spread. So all these graphs are like this, showing peak in June, whereas the real graph was like that, and we were already much further up it. And we didn't realise that, though, until after we'd even locked down. Even a week after we locked down on the 23rd of March, official graphs were still showing this thing going up and peaking in June, even though we already knew from the numbers inside the ICUs and deaths that the official graphs had to be completely wrong. Do you see what I mean? So this, like, part of the lack of urgency was the testing data was wrong, the graphs that we were shown on the models were all wrong because they were all pushed out to the right. And that massively contributed to the whole lack of urgency. Further, another critical thing was this, the reasonable worst case scenario planning system. Now, there's a guy called Phil Tetlock wrote a book, and in that book he said you should not use words like reasonable and probable and likely because it confuses everybody. And this was a classic example of how this happened, because the reasonable worst case scenario was originally seen at the end of February was basically, well, this is the worst thing that could possibly happen, but of course it's not going to happen. In the first week of March, I was told, well, there's a 20% chance that it could happen. On the 2nd, I think, of March, I was told, officially, there's a 20% chance that the reasonable worst case scenario could happen, right? That's the 2nd of March. By the time we get to the 13th of March, and I'm waving around Plan B, scientists are starting to come to number 10 saying, hang on a second, the reasonable worst case scenario is now our central planning assumption. Right? That's terrible, because the whole thing has suddenly crept up on us from literally 10 days earlier, probably not, definitely, very, very unlikely, to first week of March, well, 20% chance, to literally a week later, this is now our central planning assumption. And on top of that, as I said, the graphs being all out to the right meant that the truth was even more bad than the reasonable worst-case scenario. Do you see what I mean?
And just very briefly, and last question is, during January and February and March time, how was the international experiences of the likes of China and Taiwan, how was that being fed into the system, and did we take serious note of...
It was essentially completely discarded by the system. And I think that was another one of the tragic errors. And it goes back to what I think it was Jeremy mentioned earlier on about some of the kind of behavioural assumptions. Fundamentally, in January, February, March, even after we got through to lockdown on the 23rd, and in the immediate few days after that, basically the almost universal view was that it's just inconceivable that we're going to be able to do a Taiwan type thing. I've got text messages from myself saying, if Taiwan is doing this and if Singapore is doing this, and we're not going to do this, in Singapore everything is in English. Everyone can read what they're doing. Right? It's not like it's in Chinese. Everyone's going to be able to see a highly competent country operating in English, a completely different approach. If we're not going to do that, we're going to have to have a really good explanation. But the basic default mode was, this country's not East Asian, the people won't wear it, and it's just it's impossible. And it was only after we started to push through this idea of Plan B. This is why, for example, testing stopped. Right? Remember, testing basically stopped, and the government officially said, oh, well, there's no point testing everyone anymore. Now, what obviously should have been happening is that in January we've been ramping up testing massively. In January we should have been saying...
Come on to testing in the next session, I suppose.
But hopefully that explains. Fundamentally, this groupthink, the groupthink about there's no option apart from one peak or the second peak, was completely tied together with the East Asian approach is simply completely politically, technically, in every sense, not viable in this country. And that didn't change until after the kind of weekend of the 14th, 15th, as we tried to kind of push through Plan B.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much indeed. We'll go to Rosie Cooper, then Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Cummings. The Chair has asked you about the long delays in publishing SAGE papers, and you described even more worryingly COBRA meetings leaking. So why not gain the public trust and publish the papers? Were there political barriers to having those papers published?
There were. So as I said, when I talked to Patrick Vance about this, Patrick actually was completely supportive of it, as you would expect from a good scientist. He said, I think that's correct. We should publish all of these things. We should publish the code for the models. So there was no pushback from Patrick at all, or from Chris Whitty. As far as I'm aware, there was no pushback from SAGE either. I think the problem was that by the time we kind of had this conversation, we were sort of into a crisis, if you see what I mean. What should have happened is we had that conversation in January and then published everything then, and that would have saved our bacon. We didn't really have the conversation about publishing things until the week of the 9th, when we were already, you know, sort of dangling over the cliff.
Rosie?
Well, okay. I think the public will be very, very disturbed to hear the picture you paint, which is a chaotic picture, almost a pick and mix attitude to scientific evidence, talk of sending the virus packing in 12 weeks, chickenpox parties, and you know, there's an alleged comment from the Prime Minister of bodies piling up in the street. You might want to comment on that. But all the while, in its coordinating role, the Department of Health led specifically on PPE procurement and the design and setup of test and trace. So they did that on a largely outsourced business model, no penalty clauses for bad performance. And all we're really hearing here is incompetence, chaos. So how would you rate the performance of the Department of Health, the Secretary of State? Outstanding, good, requires improvement, or inadequate, and why?
I think that there was some brilliant, like in much of the government system, there was many brilliant people at relatively junior and middle levels who were terribly let down by senior leadership. I think that the Secretary of State for Health should have been fired for at least 15, 20 things, including lying to everybody in multiple occasions, in meeting after meeting in the Cabinet room and publicly.
Rosie?
Oh dear. In that case, do you think people should be worried about facing corporate manslaughter charges?
I don't know about that because I don't really know what the kind of laws are and the rules are, but I think that there is no doubt that many senior people were just terrible. As I said in my opening statement, I think there's no doubt at all that many senior people performed far, far disastrously below the standards which the country has a right to expect. I think that the Secretary of State for Health is certainly one of those people. I said repeatedly to the Prime Minister that he should be fired. So did the Cabinet Secretary. So did many other senior people.
Thank you. In the evidence we've heard so far, and I do understand that we're going to come on to test and trace later, but I wonder if you could comment on why the financial incentives for people with COVID-19 to self-isolate were so fundamentally weak. They were fatally weak, and that is a big problem for the spread of this disease.
I think that's right. I think that the Chancellor did an absolutely outstanding job on furlough. But I would point out that him and his team, he had some brilliant people, a guy called Mike Webb, Tim Loynig, Liam Booth-Smith. That team had to basically create the whole furlough scheme completely out of thin air in just a few days. There wasn't any plan for furlough at all. Nothing, zero, nada. They had to completely pull that out of nothing. And the problem that you're describing about the financial incentives on COVID and isolation is, you are obviously completely correct. There should have been a whole plan, but like on testing, like on shielding, there was no plan. When we got to that point and said, right, what are we going to do on financial incentives? There wasn't any plan. Now, if you go back to the 3rd, the government published a document on the 3rd, which was the contain, mitigate, delay thing. When we got that document, right, we've been told for weeks, we've got all of these plans in place, etc., etc., etc. When we got this document, we leafed through it, and Ben Warner literally said, this is the press release, where's the actual plan? This is the plan. No, this is the press release. Where's the actual plan? Where's the document like that has all the stuff on, things like what you're talking about? Oh, well, we don't know. We haven't got that. We don't know where it is. So on all of these things, it turned out that we in Number 10 were operating on completely false assumptions. This is why I say how I blame myself terribly for not digging into all of this before I did. We started to realise in the last week of February, in the first week of March, that this was the case. On shielding on the 19th, okay, on the 19th of March, I pulled all the officials in on shielding to say, where is the plan on shielding? Not only was there not a plan, lots of people in the Cabinet Office said, we shouldn't have a plan. We shouldn't put out a helpline for people to call because it'll all just be swamped and we haven't got a system. Now, thank God, a brilliant official in the Department for Health worked with a guy called Oliver Lewis and they hacked together a team. But the shielding plan was literally hacked together in 2 all-nighters after the 19th, I think, of the Thursday the 19th. There wasn't any plan for shielding. There wasn't even a helpline for shielding. There wasn't any plan for financial incentives. There wasn't any plan for almost anything in any kind of detail at all.
Rosie?
Thank you. Final bit from me. The picture you describe is absolutely terrifying. You described the Department of Health as smoking ruins. What did you mean by that? And did you actually hear the Prime Minister say words to the effect, if the bodies pile up, so be it?
Why did I describe the Department of Health as a smoking ruin? Well, because as I said, there were lots of great people in it, but the procurement system with which they were operating was just completely hopeless. It wasn't set up at all to do. There wasn't any system set up to deal with proper emergency procurement. I'll give you an example of this. On the 20, I think it was the day that the Prime Minister tested positive, whatever that Friday was, the 27th, I think. In that meeting, we were told at the Cabinet table by officials that the Department of Health had been turning down ventilators because the price had been marked up. I mean, it's sort of it's completely beggars belief that that sort of thing was happening. When I was having PPE meetings around the Cabinet room table, we were told, oh, well, the PPE won't arrive, this obviously is not going to arrive for months. Well, why is it not going to arrive for months? Well, because it takes that long to ship. Why are you shipping it? Well, we ship it because that's what we always do. But hang on, we're going to have a peak in the NHS around about mid-April, and you're shipping things from China that are going to arrive in months' time, and all the airplanes are not flying. Leave this meeting, commandeer the planes, fly them to China, drop them at the nearest airfield, pick up our stuff, fly it back. At this point, we had Trump sending the CIA around trying to gazump everybody on PPE. But the whole system was just like wading through treacle on all of these sorts of things. There wasn't an emergency fast-track process for people to deal with these kind of things. That's why I described it as smoke and ruin. And that's why the Cabinet Secretary quite rightly said, we've got to basically divvy up the Secretary of State's job, because there's just multiple huge things here that are all being dropped. Testing, ventilators, PPE, vaccines, drugs, you name it. Because it was clear that the department was just completely and utterly overwhelmed.
Okay, thank you, Rosie. I'm going to go on to Rebecca Long-Bailey, but I just wanted to pick up something that you said, Mr. Cummings. I think I heard you correctly in accusing the Health Secretary of having lied. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
That's obviously a serious charge. Can you provide the committee with the evidence behind that assertion?
Yes, I mean, there are numerous examples. I mean, in the summer, he said that everyone who needed treatment, who got the treatment that they required. He knew that that was a lie, because he'd been briefed by the Chief Scientific Advisor and the Chief Medical Officer himself about the first peak, and we were told explicitly people did not get the treatment that they deserved. Many people were left to die in horrific circumstances.
Is that the basis of your assertion? Are there other pieces?
What, sorry?
Is that the basis of your assertion, or are there other pieces of evidence that you base that charge on?
Yes, I mean, in mid-April, just before the Prime Minister and I were diagnosed with having COVID ourselves, the Secretary of State for Health told us in the Cabinet room, everything is fine on PPE. We've got it all covered, etc., etc. When I came back, almost the first meeting I had in the Cabinet room was about the disaster over PPE and how we were actually completely sure that hospitals all over the country were running out. Secretary of State said in that meeting, this is the fault of Simon Stevens, it's the fault of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, it's not my fault, they've blocked approvals on all sorts of things. I said to the Cabinet Secretary, please investigate this and find out if it's true. The Cabinet Secretary came back to me and said, it's completely untrue. I have lost confidence in the Secretary of State's honesty in these meetings.
The Cabinet Secretary said that?
The Cabinet Secretary said that to me, and the Cabinet Secretary said that to the Prime Minister.
Did you make a note of that at the time?
Yes.
Could you supply that to the committee?
Yes.
And to corroborate the accusation that you've made against the Health Secretary, you've given orally some what is in your mind when you make that charge. I'd be grateful if you'd write to the committee to set it out so that we can consider it. Obviously, that's a very serious thing to say. I'm sorry I interrupted Rebecca Long-Bailey, who's about to ask her questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cummings, for speaking to us today. Now, you've mentioned Whitehall dismissing the strict early measures taken in Taiwan and Wuhan. And you've also said that in Whitehall, the real danger was viewed as the economic one rather than the virus. Indeed, an article from the Institute of New Economic Thinking in November last year noted that the UK was one country of many that chose to limit pandemic response in favour of economic stimulus in the name of saving their economies at the expense of their citizens' lives. So who was providing economic advice to the government? What did it say? And who within government was arguing against taking strict measures for economic reasons, both at the start of the pandemic and throughout? And ultimately, did anyone within government actively attempt to trade off lives in favour of economic activity?
I slightly missed some of that, but I think I got the gist of it. There were quite a few people around Whitehall who thought that the real danger here was the economy. The Prime Minister's view throughout January, February, March was, as he said in many meetings, the real danger here is not the disease. The real danger here is the measures that we take to deal with the disease and the economic destruction that will cause. He had that view all the way through. In fact, one of the reasons why it was so rocky getting from the 14th, when we suggested Plan B to him, to actual lockdown, was because he kept basically bouncing back to, we don't really know how dangerous it is, we're going to completely destroy the economy by having lockdown, maybe we shouldn't do it. And through the course of that period, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, there was this constant sort of back and forth of, here's the hourly data coming in showing that we're further ahead in the pandemic than we realised, the situation is worse, the NHS situation is worse, everything is getting worse. And that kind of propelled things a bit towards lockdown, but it's also the case that, fundamentally the Prime Minister just didn't really think that this was the big danger. Now, there have been lots of reports and accusations that the Chancellor was the person who was kind of trying to delay things in March. That is completely wrong. The Chancellor was totally supportive of me and of other people as we tried to make this transition from Plan A to Plan B. He got his team working on the furlough scheme, but it is the case that there were senior officials who worried that it's not completely unreasonable either to say, if you completely shut down the economy, you are definitely having huge, terrible effects on all sorts of people's lives. If you have a lockdown, you are definitely consigning some people to all kinds of suffering in various ways, and some of them might die because of the lockdown itself. So I think there were reasonable arguments. It's not like just having a lockdown was the obvious thing to do. There were reasonable arguments to say we've got to kind of weigh up all the other destructive effects of what to do. Now, me and others came to the conclusion that actually the logic was fundamentally false, because what we ended up arguing was, in fact, if you try not to lock down and you try and optimise for the short-term economy, you won't actually even get that, because what will happen is the public will lock themselves down because they'll realise that there isn't going to be any NHS for anybody. That was the reality, and I think this point is even now is constantly lost. In the scenario that we were heading for, not only would you have had hundreds of thousands of deaths from COVID, you would then have had absolutely no NHS at all for anybody. Your 7-year-old daughter falls over and needs A&E, there is no A&E for her. You got cancer treatment, there is no cancer treatment. Nothing at all for anybody for 3 months. That's what we were facing. And part of our argument was, once people realise that that's the situation that we're heading for, they will be so terrified they'll stay at home anyway. There's going to be some kind of lockdown, whatever happens. Either we get ahead of this and we try and do it as intelligently and sensibly as we possibly can, or if we plough into this process where we basically just say, well, there's no alternative and we're just going to have to get through it, you're going to have not only hundreds of thousands of people dead from COVID, not only then hundreds of thousands of people dead because there's no NHS for 3 months, you're then going to have a gigantic economic disaster on top of it all anyway. Do you see what I mean?
Let's take some more questions from Rebecca.
Well, sadly, I think not locking down hard enough or soon enough has arguably produced far more long-term adverse economic effects and needlessly cost so many lives. And that was a point made by the IMF some time ago. Did the government commission official economic advice to sit alongside the scientific advice it was receiving? And when you moved towards that groupthink on Plan B, as you suggested earlier, was there an economic advice produced alongside that to show the outcome of such decisions being taken?
I mean, I'm absolutely sure that there was all sorts of economic advice happening, going on and being written. I don't personally remember it because it wasn't my focus. I knew that Rishi and his team, the Chancellor and his team, were extremely competent, and therefore I basically left them to deal with the economic stuff like furlough because I had complete confidence that they'd be able to do it. I was focusing my time and efforts on all the other things like shielding and the Department for Health, where it was clear that the system was broken. So I'm afraid I'm not. What I can definitely say is there's not some kind of document floating around that says here is the economic costs, and that everyone was looking at that, or the Prime Minister was looking at that and said, oh, well, we're looking at this document, maybe we shouldn't do this. That wasn't the case, and that didn't happen. It was the case that the Bank of England, senior officials in the Treasury, senior officials in the Cabinet Office were saying, we have to think about the consequences of, if we do this lockdown, we're going to have to borrow huge amounts of money. What if the bond markets suddenly spike and go crazy and refuse to lend us? We're going to then have to find emergency powers to tell the Bank of England to buy the debt, etc., etc. So there were conversations going on at the time about that possible problem. And what if we have a kind of financial crisis and bond market crisis and sterling crisis, etc., on top of the whole health crisis? There were conversations about that, and there were meetings with the Prime Minister and the Chancellor and the Cabinet Secretary and me to discuss it. But to stress, all the stories saying that the Chancellor tried to stop this happening or tried to delay it, all of those stories are wrong. The Chancellor completely supported what me and Ben Warner and others were, and Patrick Vallance as well, were arguing for from the 14th about accelerating through to Plan B.
Okay, final question. Point 24 of your recent Twitter thread on the government's handling of the pandemic states that the public inquiry will at no point ask, how does the deep institutional wiring of the party's civil service programme destructive behaviour by putting the wrong people in wrong jobs with destructive incentives? So in your view, who was destructive? What were their incentives? And were those incentives financial?
Well, I think there's a very profound question about the nature of our political system that means that we got at the last election a choice between Jeremy Corbyn and Boris Johnson. I think any system which ends up giving a choice between two people like that as the people to lead is obviously a system that's gone extremely, extremely badly wrong. There's so many thousands and thousands of wonderful people in this country who could provide better leadership than either of those two. And there's obviously something terribly wrong with the political parties if that's the best that they can do. It's also the case that I don't exclude myself from this. Like, in any sensible, rational government, it is completely crazy that I should have been in such a senior position, in my personal opinion. I'm not smart. I've not built great things in the world. It's completely crackers that someone like me should have been in there, just the same as it's crackers that Boris Johnson was in there and that the choice at the last election was Jeremy Corbyn. It's also the case that there are wonderful people inside the civil service. There are brilliant officials all over the place. But the system tends to weed them out from senior management jobs. And the problem in this crisis was very much lions led by donkeys over and over again. with great people on the ground doing things. As I said, this brilliant young woman, Jen Allen, she wasn't the top person in GDS. You know, there were great people further down the hierarchy who did brilliant things, but the leadership, people like me and the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State for Health, we let down the people on the front line. And we let down those excellent officials as well. And we all should be asking, you guys in the political parties need to ask yourselves, what is it about your parties that give choices like Johnson versus Corbyn? And we have to ask, what is it about Whitehall that promotes so many senior people who are completely out of their depth?
Thank you.
The question was specifically about the very specific comment that you made. You inferred that there were people with destructive incentives involved at a government level throughout the pandemic. Who were those people and what were those destructive incentives? It's a very, very specific statement to make, and the answer that you've given is very general and outside of the sphere of government, unfortunately.
So I think, well, so you're asking about destructive incentives. What I meant by that, I think you're implying, like, do I think that corruption was a big part of the problem? And that's not at all what I meant by destructive incentives. What I meant is that politicians are incentivized to play to the media tomorrow in the headlines, that officials are incentivized to keep their heads down and to follow processes, even when things like that are going to kill thousands of people. The incentives are not programmed to say, how do we get people who understand how to make decisions under uncertainty into key jobs? They are not, how do we get people with brilliant operational capability into key jobs? The incentives are constantly pushing people away from rational behaviour and building what's needed at scale quickly. That's what I meant by destructive incentives.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Just before I turn to Laura Trott, I mean, Mr. Cummings, you say that you're not smart enough to keep pace with discussions in SAGE and all the rest of things. But you do, I'm sure, have an appreciation of good order in government. And you told us earlier that Cobra was not a place in which you could have candid conversations because it leaked. In other words, there were unauthorised briefings. Did you ever engage in unauthorised briefings?
What do you mean by unauthorised briefings?
Briefings that weren't authorised by the Prime Minister and those others in senior positions in government.
So in general, sort of my engagement with the media was very different before the election and after the election. Before the election, I had quite a lot of engagement with the media. Once the election was called in October 2019, after that, I had actually extremely little dealings with the media. One of the issues that happened is that in January, I essentially stopped talking to almost all journalists almost all the time. And in fact, during the course of 2020, one of the things that you read constantly is this basically drove the media mad because nobody in my position had essentially stopped talking to the media for decades. I was working, say, roughly 100-hour weeks. Of that time, less than an hour a week for sure, less than 1%, much less than 1% was spent talking to the media. I did occasionally talk to people. The main person, really, though, that I spoke to in the whole of 2020 was Laura Koonsberg at the BBC, because the BBC has a special position in the country, obviously during a crisis. And because I was in the room for certain crucial things, I could give guidance to her on certain very big stories. For example, I'll give you an example of the sort of thing I did. On the 18th, the Wednesday, the 18th of March, huge rumours spread that there was going to be a London-only lockdown, and pictures started appearing in some of the media and websites about tanks encircling the M25 and cutting it off and whatnot. Laura Koonsberg called me and said, this story is happening. Is it true? I said, I can categorically tell you it's definitely not true. You should definitely not report it. I absolutely 100% guarantee it. And that meant that the BBC did not, like some of the media did, run the story. So but that was really very occasional. I spoke to her maybe on average once every 3 or 4 weeks through the course of the year.
Okay.
But I actually spoke to the media close to zero in the course of 2020.
Well,
I did, though, your question about unauthorised, yes, I did talk to people unauthorised in the sense of, actually pretty rarely did I speak to the Prime Minister about before I spoke to any journalists. I just go along with things because my view was the Prime Minister already is about 1,000 times far too obsessed with the media and in a way which undermined him doing his own job. So the last thing I wanted to do was to involve him in further conversations about the media. And in fact, I did everything I could to limit the conversations the Prime Minister had regarding the media. So unauthorised in that sense, yes.
In an hour a week, you can convey quite a lot of information, whether it's to Laura Koonsberg or anyone else. You've said that Cobra became dysfunctional because you couldn't rely on its confidentiality. You've also said in the context of Sage that there was too much secrecy, that the things should be much more in the public domain so that people can interrogate it.
Yeah.
In that spirit, will you publish the texts and emails that you sent to members of the media during the period from January to the summer?
So I think there's two different things. The Sage stuff should be published. The scientific advice should be published unless there are very, very specific national security reasons for it. You can imagine some crises where it will be different than COVID.
But not your briefings.
What's sorry?
But not your briefings.
So I'll come on to that. The Cobra process, I think, is different. The problem there is that the government should be much more transparent. But the answer for that is not ministers, SPADs, officials just leaving the room, picking up the phone and randomly calling whoever they feel like, often to get a favour from someone. That's not proper transparency. It's not good government. What that does is sow absolute chaos through the whole system. What is the case, though, on Cobra is, and I think that the whole workings of the process around Cobra should have been much more open, but done in a kind of orderly way, where it's like, right, here we are, on the record, here is the logic, here is the workings of how we got to it. And I think if people would have been able to see more of the kind of back and forth and the logic, both in Sage and in Cobra, then it would have enormously helped, because outside experts would have been able to see and go, well, that's not right, or we can contribute to this. But that culture just doesn't exist. In terms of me,
but doesn't that apply completely to your briefings of the media to make sure that they are accurate and authoritative? It would be helpful for them to be in the public domain, just in the way that you described the communications from Cobra and the proceedings in Sage.
Well, obviously, the things that on the rare occasions when I spoke to the media myself and tried to explain things, I'm trying to explain what's happening with official government policy. They are
for good, high-minded reasons.
Official briefings. So it's not in any sense normal for everybody just to publish every conversation that they have with the media. I think.
But if that was their intended purpose,
it's hard to see how that would work.
Well, if that's their intended purpose, it's to give an accurate and fair reflection, to correct misapprehensions, and possibly, as you say, you cited a story that would be wrong. What is the problem with publishing that so that people can see it?
Well, I'd be happy to talk to you about it further. I think there's huge lessons around the whole.
Well, we're talking now. Can you make a commitment? You've committed to publish other messages, for example, with the Prime Minister and with the Health Secretary and others. Given that these were, as you say, briefings designed to be clear and helpful, in that same spirit, will you share them with the committee?
Well, almost all of these things are conversations. First of all, so there's nothing. So
but some are texts and messages.
First of all, there's nothing to share. Secondly, having a system in which all written communication between everybody in government and all journalists is all published is a very, very serious change to how the media operates in this country. I mean, there's all sorts of ways in which you could improve the system. There's all sorts of ways in which you could have greater transparency. I'm not sure that it's possible in a free society to say that we're going to have everybody in government. I mean, would you, for example, say that you would publish all of your WhatsApp messages with all journalists over the last 12 months?
I haven't made the commitment that you have today to transparency, to the point that you published an image, a picture of a whiteboard in Downing Street. Presumably that was in a private circumstance. You did it, I'm sure, to be able to put into the public domain helpful information.
Yeah.
So will you share with the committee, clearly on the basis that the briefings that you gave, such texts as you've retained, would be helpful, will you share them?
Well, first of all, I think there's almost nothing that I've got like that, which is actually
might be very little, which makes it easier.
Contribute very much. Secondly, what I certainly would do is look back at my texts with various journalists and see, are there things amongst these that I think have a kind of what I would say is this: anything which I think has a kind of direct bearing on the decisions that were made and the mistakes that were made, I would be happy to share those.
Well, can we be the judge of that, so that we can understand what you were briefing to?
With great respect, Chairman, I'm not going to say to you that I'm going to hand over my private phone and let you just scroll through everything and decide what it is you think I deserves or does not deserve to be in the public domain. I will certainly look through what I've said to various journalists, and as I said, anything which I think is significant to how decisions were made, in particular mistakes that were made, including by me, then I will share those. But once you get into that sort of thing, you're into difficult territory, because you're also sharing things which journalists themselves are assuming are going to be private. So it requires a lot of careful thought before we go down such a path like that.
Everyone,
in principle, I'm in favour of maximum transparency on this whole process.
Everyone understands that, and there's no one in the committee, least of all me, that wants to have access to your mobile phone, and perhaps we can rely on your candour in selecting those messages.
I'll certainly have to look through things anyway in order for the public inquiry, right? So as I go through the process for the public inquiry,
we're keen to learn lessons on the way, and it would help if we had it now.
My point is I'm going to have to go through that process anyway for the public inquiry. So as I go through that process, if there are things I think are relevant to this committee, then I will speak to some of the people involved and see what might be done.
Laura Trott and then Catherine Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Dom. Did anyone mention a pandemic plan or a risk register to you before 2020?
Yes.
And what circumstance did they do that?
I had conversations with various people in the Cabinet Office between July 2019 and the general election in 2019 about the risk register in general. Also some specific kind of national security risk register issues. And also in my time in government, I had various specific meetings with people about the question of bioterrorism, which is obviously overlaps with pandemic planning.
And did you have any view on the quality of the pandemic plan that you were shown at that point?
I thought that many of the plans seemed to me to be to fall very far short of what is actually needed. A lot of things are just kind of PowerPoints, and they lack detail. But most importantly, I think the process around them, as with the pandemic plan, is just not is not open. It hasn't. There is not a culture of talking to outside experts. I'll give you a recent example. I was talking to some people who said to me, "Did you ever go and read the plan on solar flares?" And I said no. And they said, "Well, if you get some expert advice on that, you'll see that the current government plan on that is just completely hopeless. If that happens, then we're all going to be in a worse situation than COVID." So I think one thing that I did say to the Cabinet Secretary last year in the summer, and which I ardently hope is actually happening, is there ought to be an absolutely thorough, total review of all such risk register programmes. There ought to be an assumption of making this whole process open. It should be open by default and only closed for specific things. For example, one of the other things very high on the risk register is the anthrax plan. What happens if terrorists attack with anthrax? Personally, I would be extremely concerned that that plan is as robust as it should be. I can't go into any details of it, but I think there's no doubt that everything like that needs the most incredible, careful thought. You know, this country spends tens of billions of pounds on national security issues, but we don't spend anything like the right amount of money or engage the right kind of people involved. Now, bear in mind that on this, as soon as people like Mark Warner and Demis Hassabis and Tim Gowers looked at what was being planned, they could say straight away, this is wrong, the logic's wrong here, the logic's wrong there. I'm absolutely sure that if you opened up this kind of process, not to people like me, who don't, you know, frankly wouldn't have good questions to ask, but there's definitely a way in which that process could be improved.
And did you make those comments at the time in 2019? You said you made those comments to the Cabinet Secretary in the summer of 2020, if I understand you.
Yes.
Did you make those comments in 2019?
Yes. In 2019, we kicked off a whole process around the what became known as the integrated review. But there were all sorts of conversations in the second half of 2019, which I was involved in, about rethinking the whole way in which we look at national security questions like this.
And was anything done on the pandemic plan specifically as a result of the questions that you raised in 2019, do you know?
I don't know, and I can't remember now. I asked Number 10 before I came today if I could go and review my official diary and my official emails from that whole time, so that I could try and help this committee as much as I possibly could do. But they declined to let me do that. So I'm afraid I don't have all the records for that.
Okay. Who, to your knowledge, is responsible for monitoring future threats?
Very much depends what kind of threats you mean.
So if we're thinking about a pandemic, let's just take that. So who is responsible within government for monitoring those future threats, to your understanding? Is it the Civil Contingencies Secretariat?
Well, I think a fundamental problem with this whole business, and a fundamental problem that was exposed in COVID, is this kind of multiple responsibilities. No one has an answer to your question. That's part of the problem. In one sense, you could say the Cabinet Secretary is responsible because he's responsible for the whole civil service, but that's only really nominal. He would say, quite reasonably, I'm not a pandemic expert, I'm not a blah blah expert, you know, you have to speak to so-and-so, and the Chief Scientific Advisor signs off this, and so-and-so signs off that. One of the fundamental problems with that you find in this whole thing, it's a general problem in Whitehall, but it was very, very clear and disastrous during COVID, is you have this system where, on the one hand, ministers are nominally responsible in various ways for ABC, but ministers cannot actually hire and fire anybody in the department. The officials are actually in charge of hiring and firing ABC. So as soon as you have some kind of major problem, you have, you know, that Spider-Man meme with Spider-Man, both the Spider-Mans pointing at each other, but it's like that, but with everybody. So you have Hancock pointing at the Permanent Secretary, and you have the Permanent Secretary pointing at Hancock, and they're both pointing at the Cabinet Office. The Cabinet Office is pointing back at them, and all the different Spider-Mans are all pointing at each other, saying you're responsible. And the problem is, everyone's right and everyone's unhappy. Everyone kind of has a point about it, but it's not clear. And this was critical. In a well-run entity, what would have happened here is, essentially, in my opinion, you'd have had a kind of dictator in charge of this. If I had been Prime Minister, the way I would have handled this is, I would have said, Mark Warner is in charge of this whole thing. He speaks with my authority. He has as close to kingly authority as the state has legally to do stuff, and he's pushing the barriers of legality. He is in charge of everyone, and he can fire anybody, and he can move anybody, and he can jiggle the whole thing around. That way you actually have clear responsibility. One of the terrible problems that we had through April, May, June, as we were trying to build Plan B, was we in Number 10 could say, right, we've got to build testing, we've got to do this, we've got to do the other. The Cabinet Secretary quite rightly was saying, Hancock is responsible, But everybody else is saying Hancock's completely incapable of doing the job, so he can't be responsible.
I guess my questions are more around...
So no one gets to grips with who is actually in charge.
But I guess my questions are more around the kind of the monitoring of the risk, right? Who is raising that alarm, and who is the person that's responsible for kind of trying to make sure that we have a plan ready for the pandemic? So who were you having the conversations with in 2019 about the risk register?
It's a diffuse set of people. It's not clear. And again, this is the problem. So in one sense, it's a civil contingencies secretariat inside the Cabinet Office, has a sort of coordinating role. But I'll give you a classic example of that. On Monday the 16th of March, we asked, what is the view of the Cabinet Office Civil Contingency Secretariat on the various pandemic plans that have been given? Because as far as we can tell from our meetings, as far as I can tell from our meetings, some of them don't exist, and the ones that do exist have got gaping holes in. To which we were given the answer, these plans are not held centrally by the Cabinet Office. And so we're all clutching our head. This is the 16th of March. And we're suddenly told, we're all assuming that the Cabinet Office has had scrutiny of these things for like 6 to 8 weeks. We only find out on the 16th of March. Not only have they not been scrutinising and testing them and red teaming them, they haven't even seen them. And they're only beginning in the week of the 16th to actually interrogate what these, to actually just get hold of these things.
And you'd assume that's the core competency of the Civil Contingency Secretariat?
The Civil Contingency Secretariat completely collapsed under the pressure of this. They didn't have the people, they didn't have the skills, they didn't have the data, they didn't have the data architecture to collect all the data across Whitehall. All of that basically imploded and had to be reconstructed in the course of April, May, June.
And when you said on the 12th of March that and I'm going to paraphrase you, the Cabinet Office is terrifyingly awful, was that what you were referring to? The failure in that respect of just not having any contingency planning and not holding that kind of purpose centrally? Yeah,
that was a big part of it. Again, I stressed there were lots of great officials in there, but this is part of the problem. You know, systems can make people smarter in various ways, and they can also make people dumber. And the problem in the Cabinet Office was, like all over Whitehall, you had some great people, but it was clear that the wiring was wrong. The wiring of responsibilities was wrong. The wiring of incentives was wrong.
And in terms of, so you've spoken about the fact that you think a central person should have been responsible for the pandemic response once it was actually going. But in terms of the preparedness and monitoring of future threats, is it just that the Civil Contingencies Secretariat, in your view, should do their job better, or should there be a different organisation which performs that function?
I mean, essentially, I think that the whole wiring of how the Cabinet Office does national security issues in general needs to be radically changed. I mean, I started to work with the Cabinet Secretary on this process from summer last year, and that kind of, the sort of overlapping Venn diagram in that touches on the civil contingencies, but it also touches on lots of other things. Essentially, and it also goes back to the kind of the way in which the COBRA system couldn't work. The COBRA system, as some people will know, is what's called a strap environment. And that means that it's an environment where you don't have phones, you can't just take in laptops. It's kept in a certain way, so the intelligence services know that Russia, China, North Korea, or whoever can't smuggle things in. That kind of system is completely hopeless for a pandemic, because it meant, and this is why we all moved out of COBRA. And we had to end up doing it in the cabinet, literally in the cabinet room, and just kind of gerrymander iPads and TV screens and stuff in there, because you couldn't get the people with the laptops and the internet connections and the data that we needed to look at into the cabinet room, into the COBRA room, because the COBRA room is a strap 3 and above environment, which doesn't allow such things in. So the whole wiring of how the Cabinet Office is set up to deal with this kind of crisis just fundamentally couldn't work. The COBRA, the last COBRA meeting I can even remember downstairs in the COBRA room, it was essentially a Potemkin meeting, because it was with the DAs, and what happened was, as soon as we had these meetings, Nicola Sturgeon would just go straight out and announce what she wanted straight afterwards. So again, you had these completely Potemkin meetings without anyone actually digging into the reality and the detail, because everybody thought as soon as the meeting's finished, everybody's going to just pop up on TV and start babbling. So that whole structure inside the Cabinet Office needs to be completely changed. And the good news is the Cabinet Secretary knows that, The Cabinet Secretary himself saw, as did a lot of other people last year, how the whole thing fell apart. And there is a plan to build a whole new system for dealing with this kind of thing. Or certainly there was a plan, and I was working on it with some great officials before I left. So I hope that that's all still being done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Laura. We'll go to Catherine Fletcher, who is very obviously a Lancashire MP. Catherine.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, we're scientists. This is a hearing of the Science and Technology Committee along with health colleagues from health. Science is driven by actualities and not speculation. And I just perhaps want to return to the data and the raw numbers that you had to inform your decision making in the period, say, between January and April, May last year. What's your assessment of the data? Because we've heard concerns from others.
I mean, concerns I mean, it's like saying we've got concerns about the situation in May 1940. I mean, the whole thing was just complete.
Let's go on. Let's stay on the data.
In all sorts of ways, it didn't exist. So the data system on Monday, the 16th of March, was the following. It was me wheeling in that whiteboard that you've seen from the photo and writing on, Simon Stevens reading out from scraps of paper numbers from the ICUs, and I would write them down on the left-hand side. And I would get my iPhone out and I would go times 2, times 2, times 2. And then I would write another column and I would say, so if it's doubling every 5 days, these are the numbers that we're going to be looking at. And everyone will look at the whiteboard and go, Jesus, can that possibly be correct? There was no functioning data system. And that was connected with, there was no proper testing data. Because we didn't have testing, all we could really do was look at people arriving in hospital. So the whole thing, therefore, is weeks and weeks out of date. Well, once you're looking at ICU numbers as your leading indicator, you know that you're in a world of trouble. Now, fortunately, one of the things that actually worked incredibly well was there's a brilliant official at the NHS called Nin. And she worked with a great British tech startup, and they essentially built, in about 4 or 6 weeks, a whole new NHS dashboard system. So the situation...
Was that between?
That was roughly between... They started working on it, I think, in the first week of March. In the week around about the 16th of March, the 24th of March, it was still me scribbling things on a whiteboard and hitting times 2 on my iPhone. But by the time I came back from being ill, which was the Tuesday the 13th of April, they basically then had an absolutely brilliant data system. So then you had all the NHS bed data, ventilator data, ICU data. They were then starting to build models and predictions of where the NHS was going. And that made a huge difference. It actually made a huge difference to the whole data agenda across government, because senior people actually got to see on a massive epic crisis how great data, how the difference between a completely non-existent data system and a world-class, really brilliant data system just completely transformed decision making over about a 4-week period.
Thanks. There's probably two things I want to pursue. Firstly, let's just nail this down. So there was a recognition that the data was poor, and work was commissioned in February to start in March to create an entirely new pandemic data dashboard to support what we were going to need to do to make decisions within the pandemic.
Correct. So actually what happened is
that's good. No, that's good. Given that really came to emerge, that's what, 6 to 8 weeks after the WHO declared the emergency. So that's a reasonably quick response, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, we got lucky in the sense that there was a brilliant company that was actually already working with Simon Stevens and the NHS on AI. They were trying to build a kind of AI lab for the NHS. It's a long-term project. Because they were working there already with the NHS data people and the NHS X team, they could basically, what happened is in the first week of March, they essentially spoke to this brilliant official, Nin, and Simon Stevens, and they basically said, right, drop all of the kind of long-term AI lab stuff. Let's just throw all of our resources into building this dashboard. So then they, from roughly speaking, the 3rd or the 5th or something like that, they were working on it.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so this brings me to my second line of questioning. So I was fortunate enough to be starting to talk to colleagues about COVID back at the end of January, and attended the briefing from Professor Quist-Whitty that my colleague Mark Logue mentioned earlier, early February time. And what was apparent within that was the set ratios, the maths with which this disease travelled. So rough transmissibility rates, a range estimate of likely mortality rate across the whole population. And as a fellow studier of data, you will know that those things are relatively fixed. And whilst they become narrower in their range of certainties, you can make predictions from those things, which I know were available in February. So to what extent were you taking account of this expertise with your whiteboard in mid-March, when these ratios and disease proliferation and kind of disease death rates were known 6 weeks before? So
the problem was, so I think what you're saying is kind of half right. That you're right that a lot of the key numbers we kind of knew roughly, or at least we knew within some kind of confidence intervals. And you could make predictions about those. But where this went wrong was, we now know from various data that in fact COVID had spread faster and further in January and February than we realised at the time. So you're right that we knew a lot of these parameters and you could kind of draw graphs from them. But part of the whole point, at the meeting on the 14th, in the Prime Minister's office, the kind of Independence Day Jeff Goldblum meeting, part of the whole point of that was...
Let's stick to data, shall we?
He was saying, these curves are all wrong. Yes, you can... The pattern, as you say, is clear, but they're all stretched out towards a peak in June. It's not going to peak in... That's not relevant. So the graph is actually going up like that.
But new data emerged. And final question from me, Chair. I'm just really interested
it was very confused
how the actual data tied in with the prediction data within the models. So to what extent you, leading the charge here, were able to put your calculations of the actual data into the scientific modelers to allow us to shift from predictions, which inevitably are sometimes right and sometimes wrong, into modelling the real world and making life or death decisions off the back of it. When did that happen?
That didn't really happen properly, I would say, until April. At the time when we were making these huge judgments about the 13th, 14th, around the kind of 13th, 14th, 15th of March, there were models, but as the graph that I showed you earlier on showed, when we got the updated graph...
It's all right, I won't be able to see it, and I don't think you shared it in advance.
In a nutshell, all of these graphs I've shown you, and the SAGE graphs at the time, have these terrifying curves like that, right? But they're peaking in June. What we realised, what Ben Warner said and what Patrick Vallance and others said around about the 13th, 14th was, actually, we think from patchy data that's coming in, including the ICU data, we're further along this curve. We're not back here at kind of week 2 with 10 weeks to go. We're up at like week 6.
Understood.
So we're up there on the curve. Do you see what I mean? But officially,
scientists, new data emerged, and we reframed our hypotheses.
Yes, exactly. Right. We realised in the week of the 16th.
I'm dead conscious there's lots of other colleagues that want to come in. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And finally, in this section, Aaron Bell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cummings, for coming. If I could return to the line of questioning Mr. Hunt pursued earlier about the planning and you gave us that quote from Helen McNamara on the 13th of March that there is no plan. But it's reported in late February 2020 that you said, well, I've seen the plan and I'm afraid it's not a plan at all. It's just a plan to have a plan at some stage. So, and in a fortnight or so between those, there were obviously hundreds of seeding events coming into the country. So, and that quote, by the way, was from your wife in The Spectator. So what were you doing in those 2 weeks, given that you already knew that there wasn't a meaningful plan in those first 2 weeks of March?
I was having meeting after meeting with people, trying to figure out where are we on the planning system. So that quote was referring to the document I mentioned earlier on, the contain, whatever it was, contain, mitigate, delay thing. That was the document which was officially touted as a plan, but as you can see from it, it's not actually a plan at all. So what I was doing from round about the 25th, when people were hitting the panic button with me, was I was having meeting after meeting with people around Whitehall on issue after issue, shielding, this, that and the other, testing, etc., to try and figure out, okay, who has got a plan around here, who is actually doing what around here. And there were all sorts of people doing all sorts of great things, but it was also clear that overall there was not a coherent plan. And in particular, that reference on the night of the 13th from Helen McNamara and with Mark Sweeney was particularly about the NHS. It was about this mismatch of where is the NHS plan to deal with
lockdown,
the numbers. No. There isn't one, because the NHS capacity is going to be maxed out by a factor of times 10. Like on the night of the 13th, one of the things that Mark Sweeney was talking about was there's not even a plan to bury all the bodies.
Yeah. So I mean, there was a period when we were saying we were 4 weeks behind Italy, and then very suddenly it became 2 weeks behind Italy when we realised where we were.
Yeah.
And that was because of the multitude of seeding events that we took place. We now know.
Yes.
I mean, we got data later about that. Was there any thought given to those seeding events during that early March period? Because obviously quarantine would have potentially delayed it and given us a little bit more time. Was there any thought given to that at all?
Essentially, no, and it's connected with what I said earlier on. The official view was it's inevitably going to spread. In retrospect, obviously, we should have had individual isolation in February. We should have had household isolation in February. We should have had, obviously, in retrospect, we should have had the Taiwan system, right? We should have closed the borders. We should have ramped up testing. We should have had masks compulsory. We should have had compulsory quarantine properly enforced. All of those things should have been happening in January.
So that was flawed scientific advice. And our committee heard from Patrick Vallance on the 25th of March last year that basically the government was entirely following scientific advice through this period, more or less. So, and we were ranked second for pandemic preparedness on international comparisons, which are obviously based on utterly flawed criteria. So this is all groupthink again.
Yes.
But so in your view, were all ministers, from the Prime Minister downwards, badly advised in that period before the first lockdown by the people who should have been looking out for them, the civil servants and scientific advisors?
I think all senior people involved with that process, me, the Cabinet Secretary, the CSA, CMO, I think all of us would say we got a lot of things wrong in that period. And I think, I have been critical of the Prime Minister, but there is, if you dropped, Bill Gates or someone like that into that job on the 1st of March, the most competent people in the world that you could possibly find, any of them would have had a complete nightmare. There is no doubt. There is no doubt that the Prime Minister made some very bad misjudgments and got some very serious things wrong. It's also the case that there is no doubt that he was extremely badly let down by the whole system, and it was a system failure, of which I include myself in that as well. I also failed.
Understood. I just wanted to close this session by asking about why you're here. Your previous attitude towards select committees of this House has been quite literally contempt. You've decided not to give evidence to select committees. Are you here today to help us learn lessons, or are you here to help settle scores for yourself?
I was invited here to come and give, to try and explain the truth about what happened. As I said, I think the families of all the thousands of people who died unnecessarily deserve the truth. That's why I'm here. I mean, the reason I could go into the reasons why I didn't attend meetings about the referendum if you'd like, but I'm not sure if anyone wants to go into that.
I don't want to do that now. I just was trying to get to the bottom of, you've obviously made some fairly major swipes at some fairly major political figures in the last few hours. And that sort of leads me to ask, what was your actual motivation in working for the Prime Minister? Was it to get your ideas into government? Was that your motivation? And is the fact that COVID derailed that, is that a source of regret to you?
I went in because in summer 2019, it seemed to me that the choice the country faced was either sort out a once-a-century constitutional crisis, respect the referendum and have the country move on with a new agenda, or have Jeremy Corbyn and a second referendum, which I thought would be absolutely catastrophic for the country. That's why I got involved with it in the summer. I thought that I could help solve that problem. And I do think, one way in which this could have been even worse than it was, if you imagine that Parliament of 2019, that hung Parliament, if you imagine that Parliament colliding with this disaster in January 2020, God only knows what would have happened. At least here, this is not a comment at all on Brexit. Reasonable people can agree or disagree about Brexit, and it's perfectly reasonable to have the view that, we should have, Remain should have won and whatnot. I don't want to get into that whole thing. But if that broken Parliament had limped on into 2020 and confronted this crisis, I think that we'd now be looking at. Frankly, I think the whole system would have melted down and fallen apart. Sure,
but I mean, did COVID essentially stop what you wanted to do, achieving number 10 from happening? Is that a fair assessment of, because you had obviously a lot of designs on reforming Whitehall and reforming number 10 itself? I'd say it's
hard to say. In some ways, the COVID stuff accelerated a lot of the things that I wanted to do. One of the big arguments I made was that civil services got to reform and it doesn't have the right skills in place. I think that's now obvious. I said that science and technology should be the centre of the agenda for the British state in the future, and I think that things like the vaccine task force show both in a defensive and sort of positive building sense what the science and technology agenda could do. So I think, it's a very big question. You're kind of hypothetical about how the world could have worked out differently. I'm not sure to what extent the committee wants me to get into broader comments about the political scene. I'd be happy to come back in the future and talk to you about broader questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you very much indeed, Aaron. Well, it's been a long first section, but I think we've covered a lot of ground, and I think we've learned a lot, and I'm sure the further sections we can be a bit more brisk. I think one of the things we learned is that, I think as you just said, Mr. Cummings, everyone, wherever you were in the world, was looking through a glass darkly at this phase of the pandemic. And whether we call it flattening the curve or herd immunity, as you said, this is a semantic question, but we were embarked on a policy which doesn't require fancy modelling. If you just look at the figures, if you've got an adult population of 60 million people, and if 2/3 of it get COVID and 1% of the people that get it die, then you've got 400,000 people going to die. And that logic was there, didn't require the imperial model to be published. It was there from the beginning.
Yes.
And yet, SAGE, for 6 weeks from the beginning of the pandemic, until these events of the 13th and 14th of March, was recommending the strategy of, let's call it, flattening the curve. And this wasn't changed until a kind of epiphany at that weekend. Now, either this was because there was a groupthink in SAGE and amongst the advisors that you were part of, which is ironic because you've been a great critic of groupthink, or you knew what was going on but felt too junior, notwithstanding the fact that you were, if not the chief advisor, then a very senior person, you felt too junior to call it out. Which of those two is it, or is it a combination of both?
It's a mix, as I said. So I think there is no doubt that SAGE and the Department for Health and the Cabinet Office, that there was a general groupthink problem, which was there is no alternative to either single peak, herd immunity by September, or try and act now, which probably won't work, but even if it does, will lead to a second peak in the winter, which will be even more catastrophic. So you're completely correct. The basic numbers of it were obvious, and it was obviously going to be terrible. But the argument was, terrible as that looks, it's better than the alternative.
Because if you have the second wave in the middle of an NHS crisis in the winter, then it could be twice as bad as that or 3 times as bad as that. The fundamental groupthink problem was being trapped in the idea that there was only a choice between herd immunity by September or herd immunity by January. Whereas in fact, the right way of looking at it was, we can avoid both. And that's what that stupid graph that I drew on the 13th on the whiteboard the Prime Minister's office was trying to do. You push up the line of the NHS capacity by build, and all sorts, and you manage a kind of wiggly line along below. But until we started to discuss that around about the 12th, 13th, nobody in government thought that anything like that was possible. Bear in mind, even on the 18th and 19th, after the SAGE meeting on the 18th, bear in mind, at the SAGE meeting on the 18th, it wasn't unanimous in SAGE then that we should lock down. When Dominic Cummings came in at my request, I asked Patrick Vallance to bring him in, and Hassabis laid out his numbers. You know, he's one of the top data science AI people on the planet, if not the top one. People in SAGE argued with him and said, you're being too simplistic about all of this. And then Tim Gowers, the Fields medalist at Cambridge, said, no, that's not correct. Demis is right about this. But that was, to be fair to the PM, the scientists were still arguing about that at SAGE on the 18th. And after that meeting, very senior officials of the Department for Health said, we don't understand what people are now talking about with this possible plan B, because after we come out of lockdown in a month's time, it's just going to come straight back up again and we're back to square one. So why the hell would we do that?
But you were a person of significant influence, and you late on began to realise the consequences of this.
Yeah.
But what you described, you're like a whistleblower in effect. But did you forget to blow the whistle?
No, I wouldn't describe myself as a whistleblower. I think that's not the right term. It's true that I kind of hit the panic button. It's true that I hit the panic button and said we've got to ditch the official plan. It's true that I helped to try to create what an official plan was. It's also true that in retrospect, I think my own personal view, I mean, the people who think that we should have stuck with the original plan will say that it was a disaster that I interfered with it. I think it's a disaster that I acted too late. The fundamental reason was that I was really frightened of acting. You know, if you've got an official plan, you've got all the SAGE advice, you've got the Cabinet Office, the Cabinet Secretary, everyone's saying, we've got to do this, and if we don't do it, and if we try and do something different and stop it now, it's going to be many times worse in the winter. I was asking myself in that kind of 2-week period, if I hit the panic button and persuade the Prime Minister to shift, and then it all goes completely wrong, I'm going to have killed God knows how many hundreds of thousands of people. And that's why, essentially, I don't know if I did the right thing or not in the end, but that's essentially why it was the combination of Warner, Gowers, Hassabis, who were, each of whom is 1,000 times smarter than me, looking at the official documents and just saying, everyone has completely lost the wood for the trees in this whole thing. It's not complicated, Dominic. Forget all these complicated models. Do everything you can to pull the system to act as soon as possible. It is actually just that simple. That's what you should do. But I only had the confidence to do that once I knew that people who were much smarter than me had looked at it and said, basically the SAGE groupthink is wrong, the DH groupthink is wrong, we've got to change course. And as I say, I apologise for not acting earlier, and if I had acted earlier, then lots of people might still be alive.
I don't want to diminish at all the contribution of those people that you listed, who are brilliant people and they performed important public service. But isn't it the case that the person that did summon up the courage to press the emergency stop button was actually a long-serving civil servant, Helen McNamara, and she did what you had shied from?
Well, I wouldn't put it quite like that. I mean, it's true that Helen McNamara came to. So as soon as Helen McNamara was alerted that she thought the thing had gone completely wrong on the 13th, she literally walked straight through the doors through the kind of security doors through from the Cabinet Office to come and find me. And I definitely think she deserves enormous credit for that. She came straight to us.
This is Sky News. It's 12 noon. Now we're staying with our live coverage of Dominic Cummings' evidence to a joint committee of MPs. Although right now in the Commons, Prime Minister's Questions is about to start. If you want to watch PMQs, you can go to our website, skynews.com, or watch it on the Sky News app. And of course, we'll bring you coverage of the exchanges involving the Prime Minister later here on Sky News. But now let's return to the committee hearing, the joint committee hearing of the Health and Social Care and Science and Technology committees with the Prime Minister's former senior advisor, Dominic Cummings.
And we will resume with Jeremy Hunt in the chair for the next section. Order, order.
Well, we're going to leave Prime Minister's Questions there. Perhaps worth noting that the Prime Minister denied evidence given by Dominic Cummings this morning that the Cabinet Secretary, Mark Sedwill, had expressed no confidence in the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock. But he did not deny claims that he had remarked that COVID only killed people over 80. Well, let's go back to the session. Dominic Cummings is about to restart giving evidence on the pandemic, and Jeremy Hunt, the former Health Secretary and Conservative leadership candidate, is leading the questions at this stage. And if you want to see more of the exchanges in the Commons, you can watch it live on our website, skynews.com, or the Sky News app. Back now to this joint session of the Health and Social Care and Science and Technology committees.
The Prime Minister talked before at length about how there were problems in mistakes in the scientific consensus up until the weekend of the 14th, 15th of March. Yeah. But SAGE didn't even model Korean-style test and tracing until May. So yes. Why was there such a long delay, even after that March inflection point?
Well, fundamentally, it goes back to what we talked about at length in the previous session, that the logic was, if you're going for the optimal single peak strategy, herd immunity by September, then in the same way that you don't take vaccines as a kind of urgent priority, you don't take testing as an urgent priority. And that's why the Department for Health said in that week, we don't need to test everyone anymore, because the view was simply, well, 60% or 70% of the country or something are going to get it. That's going to happen for sure. Why would you even bother testing all of those different people? Because we're not going to have a test, track, isolate, quarantine system, because we're going for herd immunity by September. So no one challenged really that idea strongly until we challenged it as part of the whole kind of shift to Plan B. There were conversations about it. I asked Patrick and Chris about it. But, I mean, even in late March, PHE said officially on the record, possibly even to this committee, I can't remember now, well, obviously there's just no way that this country is going to do test, track and trace like they're doing it in East Asia. That was that was just completely common assumption. Now, I and others, including Patrick Vallance, started to push back against that and say, hang on a second, if we're going to go for accelerate it, if we're going to ditch Plan A and then try and accelerate as fast as possible towards lockdown in the coming days, the whole point of that is you're then buying time. And then, of course, you've got to deal with the fundamental argument that you've got a second wave coming in the autumn. So, of course, we're then going to have to build a test, track and trace system from essentially ground zero, pretty much. But those conversations didn't really properly happen until after that weekend and after I started talking to people about Plan B.
So I'm just curious about why it took so long, because SAGE, as far as I can tell, didn't actually model test and trace as a containment strategy for 2 months after that. And we didn't actually set up test and trace until the end of May.
Yes.
That's a very long time. So you realise that Plan A is wrong.
Yes.
You change direction. Why did it take another 2 months before we got into gear with South Korean style test and trace?
Essentially because, I mean, but remember that, you know, in lots of ways, the whole core of government fundamentally fell apart on the Friday, the 20... what is it? Friday, the 20... the day that the Prime Minister... So... We had the lockdown on the 23rd. Over the weekend, so slightly backtracking, over the weekend of the Saturday 14th, Sunday 15th, one of the things that I did was I called a brilliant official who had been working on the Brexit no-deal preparations, a guy called Tom Shinner. And I said to him, total meltdown, we need all great people. Will you quit your job on Monday and come in? He did. He then went to a whole bunch of people who he'd worked with on the Brexit preparations, including the former commanding officer of the SAS, a guy called Alex Cooper, who was a brilliant guy. Alex Cooper was then essentially drafted in to build a team to start building factories on the ground, to start trying to take this. You had PHE, this entity that was doing very few tests and had no plan for how to expand it and didn't think it was possible for all the reasons we've discussed. Alex Cooper was then basically given the job, build a team and start going around and building factories so that we can scale this whole thing up. However, the government then basically, the core of the government kind of collapsed when the Prime Minister got ill himself, because he's suddenly gone and then people are literally thinking that he might die. By the time I came back on the 13th, I think it was, of April, we had this terrible situation where Alex Cooper and his team were trying to build the foundations for a whole new test and trace system, for mass testing, to PCR, the whole thing. And of course, bear in mind at the time, we also had the classic problem that all the supply chains were collapsing because we couldn't buy all the stuff that we needed abroad because everybody was kind of impounding things on the airfields and whatnot. So we had to do all of this domestically and build the domestic manufacturing up. In my opinion, disastrously, the Secretary of State had made, while the Prime Minister was on his near deathbed, had made this pledge to do 100,000 by the end of April. Now, this was an incredibly stupid thing to do because we'd already had that goal internally. We'd already had conversations 10 days earlier to say, instead of cancelling testing, we should be ramping up testing. And it shouldn't just be 100,000. We should be heading for 1 million tests a day and more. But that means building the kind of architecture and the foundations to do all this properly. What then happened when I came back around the 13th was I started getting calls, and Number 10 were getting calls saying, Hancock is interfering with the building of the test and trace system because he's telling everybody what to do to maximise his chances of hitting his stupid target by the end of the month. So we had half the government, with me and Number 10, calling around frantically saying, do not do what Hancock says. Build the thing properly for the medium term. And we had Hancock calling them all saying, down tools on this, do this, hold tests back so that I can hit my target. Now, in my opinion, he should have been fired for that thing alone. And that itself meant that the whole of April was hugely disrupted by different parts of Whitehall fundamentally trying to operate in different ways, completely because Hancock wanted to be able to go on TV and say, look at me, my 100k target. It was criminal, disgraceful behaviour that caused serious harm. Now, one of the consequences of it was, we'll get onto that with the vaccine programme. That was one of the reasons why the Cabinet Secretary and I agreed that we had to essentially take testing away from Hancock and put it in a separate agency. So we could say, here's a separate person responsible directly to the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary that Hancock couldn't interfere with theoretically. So there was all this bureaucratic infighting in April. Remember, the Prime Minister wasn't back then either. Dominic Raab was doing a brilliant job chairing the meetings, but this was a huge call and very difficult for him to, basically start carving up the Department of Health in April. So essentially, we never really got to grips with it until the Prime Minister was back in the office and the Cabinet Secretary and I could say to him, we've got to do the track and trace thing in a completely different way.
But would it be right to say that you had the kind of what you describe as the meltdown weekend when we went into the first lockdown, we moved to Plan B, but that actually wasn't the point when, as a country and as a government, we said we're going to go South Korean.
Correct.
We were basically saying it's time to save the NHS and take these emergency measures. What was the point at which we said we're going to do it the South Korean way?
Well, I mean, it was an emerging thing. So over the week, after the meltdown weekend, the week of the 16th, you had kind of part of the system still operating, and all the graphs of the time, which I can share with you, show the system, the kind of official Cabinet Office DH system is still showing all the graphs as if we're going along towards herd immunity in September still. The same week you have me and others trying to bounce the system into locking down, to racing through everything as soon as possible, and hacking together what Plan B would look like. But it was extremely disjointed and confused. There's texts from me to people saying, we've got to have a plan for 100,000, we've got to have a plan for 1 million tests. Instead of closing it down, we should be wrapping it up. But it was, we didn't even have a plan for lockdown. So we were trying to get to lockdown and also get other people working on what would this South Korean thing look like. Then the Prime Minister goes down and nearly dies. So it was really only when I come back in the second half of April, I talked to Tom Shinner, I talked to the Cabinet Secretary. Both of them are tearing their hair out about the situation, about the 100k target, quite completely correctly, saying to me, we've got to do something about this and we've got to get a grip of Hancock. But it was really only when the PM came back and then we sat down and said, look, we've got to set up a separate agency. We've got to rejig the whole Whitehall paraphernalia around this, and we've got to build the testing system, but also the whole data system, and potentially another whole set of tools as well. So what I wanted to do was essentially the same as it happened in South Korea and Taiwan and places where you start using bank data, you start using mobile phone data to triangulate where people are, use the data coming off cell phone towers and things like that. So it wasn't just the testing system we had to get built up, it was also the whole data architecture as well. And of course we had huge legal problems because you had a whole bunch of people coming back in the legal system saying, first of all, EU data law on GDPR basically means all of this stuff is illegal, medium term. And secondly, a whole bunch of things around European Convention of Human Rights, right to privacy, etc., etc., etc. So you had, we've got to build this testing, we've got to build this data, we've then got to think about all these complexities about the legal side. Now, back at the end of February, I got the Cabinet Office to call the ICO and basically put out a notice that just said, if you're working on COVID, assume that what you're doing is legal in terms of GDPR. I mean, completely extraordinary thing. No one even knew if that itself was legal, but almost definitely wasn't. But we were otherwise faced with the fact that if someone somewhere in the system didn't say ignore GDPR, thousands of people were going to die because no one could even connect up all these databases anywhere. So we had all of these problems happening in parallel. It only really got properly discussed, I would say, in detail in May about what are the technical, operational, legal, everything else things that you need.
At the end of May, NHS Test and Trace was finally set up. Baroness Harding was appointed. Can I put it to you that by that stage, our daily infections had got up to 2,000 a day?
What, sorry?
By that stage, at the end of May, when NHS Test and Trace was finally set up, our daily infections had got to 2,000 a day. And actually, that was just too high. to have an effective test and trace system. Nowhere in the world has got test and trace going South Korean style at that level of daily infection. And so that a lot of the problems that we had, and a lot of the reason why test and trace didn't succeed in preventing later lockdowns, was because we left it too late, the daily infections were too high, and that was just literally too many people to track down and ask to isolate.
I mean, I think you're kind of 98% correct. I mean, how effective we could have made it, and whether you're exactly right in terms of the 2,000 threshold and whether or not we could have coped with that, I think is a complicated question. But I think the kind of conceptually what you're saying is fundamentally correct. That we left, it took too long to get set up. The system was hugely distracted in April by the Hancock Pledge. But also fundamentally, this should have been happening from January. That's the central thing. The problem is that between January and roughly mid-March, everyone was thinking, well, given we're doing one single peak herd immunity by September, there's no point building up this whole thing, apart from the second bit of the groupthink, which was the country won't stand for it. Now, my argument, other arguments, Patrick Vallance and other people said, actually, in the same way that everyone was wrong about the country accepting lockdown, we think that everyone is wrong in Whitehall who is arguing against the track and trace thing, that people will accept this kind of infringement on civil liberties. Because what's the alternative? Fundamentally, the only alternatives are you do herd immunity strategy at some point in 2020 with hundreds of thousands of people dead, or you lock everybody down and bankrupt the country until you manage to get vaccines going, or you try and get some kind of test and trace system going and enforce it, and then potentially with local lockdowns as well. So for all those people saying, oh, well, we can't do it and it's left too late and everything else, my argument was, well, what the hell else are we going to do? We're going to go back to plan A.
But you did have one of the most powerful positions in the government. You were the Prime Minister's principal advisor, and understandably you were ill for a part of that period. But do you blame yourself for the fact that it took another 2 months after that incredibly challenging March weekend to actually get SAGE to model, test and trace and to get the thing set up?
I blame myself for many, 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 many things in this whole crisis. But one thing I can say completely honestly is, on this, I said repeatedly from February, March, if we don't fire the Secretary of State and if we don't get the testing into someone else's hands, we are going to kill people and it's going to be a catastrophe. So, I wasn't the only one telling the Prime Minister that. I made lots and lots of mistakes, but I honestly don't think I could have been any more explicit with anybody at this time about this. And I actually went with the Cabinet Secretary to the Prime Minister directly and said, the Cabinet Secretary said to the Prime Minister, because remember, in April, we had this terrible pledge which was hugely distorting the whole system. We also had constant repeated lying about PPE. The Cabinet Secretary said to the Prime Minister in almost the first meeting when he came back, Prime Minister, the British system is not set up to deal with a Secretary of State who repeatedly lies in meetings. Okay. We can't operate like that.
You have made that point, Mr. Cummings, and we've got Secretary of State.
We couldn't. But my point is, we couldn't get to grips with the test and trace until we got it out of DH's hands into a separate agency.
Okay. Now, those are very serious allegations, said under parliamentary privilege, and we've got Mr. Hancock coming here in 2 weeks' time to respond to those. But as Greg Clark said, we'd be very grateful for any evidence that you have to back up those assertions before Mr. Hancock comes to this committee. I've just got one last question on test and trace, and then I'm going to go to my colleague Dawn Butler. One of the issues with test and trace, just with a longer term horizon, is the fact that such a low proportion of people who are asked to isolate by the system, by NHS test and trace, actually isolated.
Yeah.
What's your analysis of the main reason why it is that, according to Dido Hardy when she was in front of the Health and Social Care Select Committee, it was between 20 and 40% of people at one point weren't actually isolating, despite the fact that they'd been near someone with COVID.
Yeah.
What do you think the flaw is in the system that meant that happened?
I think a huge problem was that It's a sort of slightly complicated thing to explain. I think that one of the problems that we had from the beginning that was critical at this time, and actually still is critical, is senior people did not understand well enough the problem of asymptomatic transmission and it being airborne, this combination. That's why the masks was all wrong as well. And one of the fundamental reasons why people, I think, were not isolating is that we, the government, failed terribly to explain to people that a lot of people are being infected asymptomatically, point one. Point two, it's airborne. And even now, even today, the government communications is still overstressing wash your hands and understressing airborne. And I think that was a big problem. So lots of people were not isolating because they didn't understand this basic point. It wasn't their fault. It was our failure to explain to people.
I think just much more practical, which is we never made a straightforward promise that any salary you lose from not being able to go to work because you've been asked to isolate, we will make up.
That was going to be my second point. Correct. So I think it was, we didn't explain both sides, right? We didn't explain the danger properly, and then we didn't provide the incentive properly. And this was discussed at the time. I think there is no. I mean, I had meetings where I got people to literally print out the documents from South Korea and places that said, "Here's the South Korean system." That just it's a combination of stick and carrot. That it's much stricter in terms of legal things, like you'll be put in jail if you break the quarantine. But we also will provide food to your door. We will pay you so that you're not financially disadvantaged, etc., etc. Like lots of things, essentially, if we just cut and pasted what they were doing in Singapore or Taiwan or whatever, and just said that's our policy, everything would have been better. I think there's just no doubt about that at all.
Thank you. Dawn Butler.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cummings, for coming in to the committee today. A lot of things what you're saying, actually, from the evidence we've taken in the Science and Technology Committee, is now sort of making sense why it wasn't done. After the election, it seems like your job and went through the roof. The amount of work that you had to do went through the roof. Did you have time to prepare for that, or did you just jump straight in?
In terms of, you mean sort of January? No,
yeah,
I mean
after the election, because
I basically didn't have a day off between. I had sort of Christmas Day 2019 was a partial day off. I basically didn't have a day off between 24th of July 2019 and the day that I left Downing Street in November 2020.
Okay, and you were talking about data and GDPR and track and trace. Faculty AI is like, you know, Faculty AI very well, and Palantir, you know, is a data harvesting company. Was that your brainchild to get them working in the NHS?
No, so the NHS had hired, as I referred to earlier on, the NHS hired faculty, I'm not sure when, sometime in 2019. I'm 95% sure that it was in 2019, before the election, that Simon Stevens hired faculty to do, but that wasn't really to do with core NHS data stuff. That was to do with very specifically building an AI lab for the future. It was kind of how can we use data science and AI techniques over the next 10 years on things like genomic data or on all kinds of NHS data. What then happened was, it was complete fluke, just good luck. They were already working in the NHS with NHSX, the particular division of NHS. So then when we started to really hit the crisis on COVID, Simon Stevens spoke to Mark Warner and said, look, ditch the kind of long-term AI stuff. Can you help us with the immediate data problems? So Mark then brought his team in, and that's partly what the kind of very, very fortuitous chain of circumstances is why he then started telling me on the 5th of March, I'm in these meetings about the plan. This plan seems insane. Like, is this really right? So we kind of got lucky. Palantir were brought in after that, essentially because Mark Warner and faculty talked to, as I said, referred to earlier, this outstanding official, Nin, who was working in the NHS. They essentially were kind of looking through all the things they needed to do, and they agreed, right, I can't remember now, but it was basically Microsoft will do this part of it, Palantir will do this part of it, some cloud service will do this part of it, faculty will do the kind of very sophisticated AI stuff. So Mark and Nin basically work with a team of people to kind of combine the best of the official system with getting help from companies. Because some of these companies essentially had stuff that you could just use off the shelf. That was the thing, because by the 5th of March, we didn't have time to go around and start building a whole bunch of things from scratch. So what Mark and Nin did was they basically went around the different tech companies and said, right, can we pinch that from you, that from you, that from you, that from you, and then kind of hack it together in the NHS.
And do you have any concerns around faculty AI and Palantir at all? And
so I don't really know very much about Palantir. I know that Mark Warner is one of the smartest and most ethical people that I've ever met in my life. I think without him, thousands of people would be dead. And I know that his involvement in it has come at a lot of personal costs for himself and for his company. You know, him and his company have actually suffered in various ways from having got involved with the government and having helped. So,
in what way have they suffered?
Well, just sort of huge conspiracy theories everywhere, all kinds of claims about, he was getting blamed for the app. Faculty were getting blamed, which they had absolutely nothing to do with whatsoever. And it was all, it all became part of this conspiracy of Cummings, Facebook, the referendum, data. Cummings is building the app.
Were they involved with that? You mean they were getting blamed for the app that got scrapped?
Exactly.
Yeah.
All sorts of things like that, which were reputationally damaging, which they had literally zero to do with.
Yeah. Was that because of the, within the data protection within the app that got scrapped, there was something in there that said that people's data would be kept for 20 years? Was it because of that why they were being blamed? Because obviously their job is genome sequencing, so that would really help having data for 20 years.
No, so first of all, faculty doesn't do genome sequencing. Secondly, they had literally zero involvement, as far as I'm aware, in anything to do with the app. Why exactly the first app failed, I understand. I mean, I was not greatly involved with this. My understanding is that it failed because fundamentally Apple and Google insisted on certain kinds of certain kinds of controls about how the data would be used. We knew that in the beginning
before it even started, right, that the Bluetooth wasn't going to work. But
with respect, I think it was actually really complicated. I mean, there were all kinds of complicated discussions about technically what was possible. And I think
there was only one other country that was trying to use the same sort of technology using Bluetooth, and they had to scrap it. But I don't want to get into that.
Sure.
Can I read you what Amnesty has said? Amnesty has said that Palantir is a data mining company, and over the course of the coronavirus pandemic, the UK government has quietly granted access to millions of UK health data records to Amazon, Microsoft, Google and Palantir to build a Covid-19 database. So Amnesty has expressed sort of some concerns around who has the data and what they're going to do with it.
Yeah.
And they stress that the public needs transparency.
Yes.
Do you agree with Amnesty?
I completely agree that the public needs transparency, but I think, from what you've read out, I think that there's a fundamental misunderstanding in what Amnesty is saying. I'd be gobsmacked if non-anonymised data, patient data, is being shared with companies like that. I would bet a lot of money that's not the case.
Well,
I think that data is anonymised.
Well, online, when you sign up, so I went to order lateral flow tests to my home, and it actually says that your information may be used for different purposes and may not directly relate to your healthcare and may not be anonymised. And so it actually says that when you sign up. In the end, I didn't sign up, and I just went and picked it up from the local.
So you're talking about the NHS test and trace system.
So this is the NHS when you're ordering. So you say it's very unlikely that any of these companies would be given data that's not anonymised. And I'm saying to you that actually it's not that unlikely, because it actually says it in black and white. But your data may be given to companies, and it may not be anonymised.
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert on all of this and exactly which companies. I know that it's incredibly complicated. What I am sure of is that faculty does not have personalised data at all. They don't operate like that. Any data which they use is all anonymised. Personal data is no use to faculty.
Yeah, Palantir is more interested in personal data, right?
So
faculty is more artificial intelligence.
It all depends which part. So I don't know to what extent Palantir. So as far as my only real engagement on the Palantir question was on the NHS kind of bed, ICU, capacity, ventilator, etc. data, all of which obviously is not patient data at all. So there's no questions about personal records. That was my only engagement with the stuff, because I was building the dashboard. My engagement with the whole project was the data dashboard that Palantir was working with the NHS on for decision making. All of that was nothing to do with personal medical records of any description. Whether or not Palantir is also working on a separate thing involving personal records, I've no idea, I'm afraid. Don't know.
But did you have any more questions?
Yes, just can I ask just a quick couple of questions? Just Joint Biosecurity Centre.
Yes.
Can you just tell us a little bit about that? Because we don't know much about it. Like, who attends? Have you ever attended a meeting? Who's on it?
Yes. It was essentially it was created partly as an attempt to, as Jeremy said, to kind of like, how do we make this transition from plan A to plan B? A big part of it is test and trace and the whole data side. And obviously PHE had just the senior management at PHE had been, the whole thing had just not worked, just putting it politely. Everybody in April came to me, including the CSA and the CMO, and said, you cannot trust PHE with what needs to be built. So the new JBC was essentially part of the kind of Whitehall rejigging of the machinery. Right, we've got to strip test and trace out of DH. We've got to create a new surveillance function that can integrate all of this different data. Because we also had, at this point, I was getting the analytical private office number 10 built up, and they were looking at all these different things across the world. So there were things like sewage data. Right. You could start having all this different kinds of stuff coming in.
Who else was on it?
You needed to have an entity that could look at all of this different stuff and then...
I understand. Can I quickly just ask who else was on it?
On it in what sense?
Who else attended the meetings?
With me and the JBC?
Yeah.
I mean, it was just senior officials and... I never had any. If you mean with their private companies involved, no.
Any final?
And the final question. I was just confused about Amazon. What role has Amazon played in all of this?
As far as I mean, all I can remember about Amazon is that Amazon came to us in March and offered help in various ways and said, look, we've obviously got a huge distribution network in various ways. If there are ways in which we can use that to help you, then we will. I've got a vague idea that we did ask them for some help on something, but I'm afraid I can't remember any details.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Graham Stringer.
Thanks very much for coming this afternoon, Dominic. It's been a fascinating, if incendiary, session. I think you've described the Secretary of State as a serial liar, stupid, criminal, disgraceful. Can you give us any insight into why he's still the Secretary of State? Why the Prime Minister didn't take your advice?
He came close to removing him in April, but fundamentally wouldn't do it. I mean, it wasn't just me saying this. Lots of people said it to him. The Cabinet Secretary said it to him. I mean, pretty much every senior person around Number 10 said to him that we can't go into the autumn with the same system in place, otherwise we're going to have another catastrophe on our hands.
But can you give us any reasons that the Prime Minister gave for keeping him in position?
That would be speculation on my part. There's certainly no good reason for keeping him.
I mean, this joint inquiry by the two committees and the eventual major inquiry into it next year are looking at history. You were living this on a day-by-day basis. You were with a Secretary of State with an enormous amount of influence who told us is messing things up, having made mistakes which you've been very open about in the first part. When it came to the second lockdown, and the Chair will come to that later, but similar mistakes seem to have been made. I know from working with you in a different context that you're a man of principle. Could you not have changed things by either threatening or actually resigning in order to stop some of this bad practice?
Yes, I could have done. And I thought about it. I thought about it in March. If the Prime Minister had basically not, if we hadn't successfully bounced things in the week of the 16th of March, I talked to various people during that week about saying to him that I will resign and hold a press conference and say that the government's going to kill hundreds of thousands of people. But we managed to bounce things through, and therefore I didn't do it. I had similar conversations with people in September, which I think we're going to come on to later on. And I did say I had a conversation with the Prime Minister. So, as has been reported, I was supposed to, the day that the Prime Minister became the Prime Minister, I was supposed to have an operation. I delayed it in order to go into Number 10, then got delayed because of Brexit, it got delayed because of COVID. At the end of July, I went to see him the night before my operation, and I said, I'm going for this operation tomorrow. And, you know, I'm reflecting on things. You need to know that I'm not going to be, I'm going to leave at the latest by Friday the 18th of December. And I think it's best if you and I part ways. And he said, why? And I said, because this whole system is chaos. This building is chaos. You know perfectly well that, from having worked with me, that I can get great teams together and manage them. But you are more frightened of me having the power to stop the chaos than you are of the chaos. And this is a completely unsustainable position for us both to be in. And I'm not prepared to work with people like Hancock anymore. I've told you umpteen times you've got to remove him. You won't. It's going to be a disaster in the autumn, and therefore it's time that I should go. And the Prime Minister said, which I think says a lot, he laughed and he said, you're right, I am more frightened of you having the power to stop the chaos than I am of the chaos. Chaos isn't that bad. Chaos means that everyone has to look to me to see who's in charge. And I think that was just a fundamental problem. It was a fundamental problem in our relationship. And it was a fundamental problem in how Number 10 was governed, and it was one of the reasons why I said in July that I was going to leave. In all sorts of ways, I probably should have left then in the summer. The only reason why I didn't was because people said to me, we're going to have another disaster in the autumn, and you should stay because maybe you can persuade the Prime Minister of what to do, and maybe he'll listen to you. But from a personal point of view, it would have been far better for me to go, and arguably it would have been better for the country as well.
That's very good. Claire, can I just move on to test and trace? You've explained that Alex Cooper was brought in to set up a test and trace system, and you had to get it out of the clutches of the Department of Health to set up a South Korean system. The South Korean system, I can't remember the figure off the top of my head, but it was pretty decentralised. I think there are probably about 155 laboratories set up, a lot more than were set up in this country. Were you involved with Alex Cooper in deciding it would be much more centralised than the South Korean system, or was that his decision? Why was the decision taken to centralise it?
So I think there's two separate things in there. There's centralisation in the sense of labs, but then there's centralisation in the sense of the actual contact tracing. I don't know what the logic is about I don't know how the trade-offs operate in terms of centralising a lot of the lab capability. It could well be that actually was the sensible thing to do in various ways, at least in the short term, because if you've got to ramp up this huge capability, arguably what you do is you build a few really big labs that can kind of take the bulk of stuff, while simultaneously. So what also should have happened, and one huge problem that we had all the way through, was that we couldn't open up Whitehall to say, here are contracts for all kinds of relatively smaller companies that can contribute. So back in the days of February, March, when PHE was massively short of tests, we had companies banging on the door saying, we can help, we can help, we can help. And because of the whole procurement fiasco, we couldn't quickly integrate them and bring them in. So I think, when you've got a kind of national crisis like that, what should have happened is the government says, right, we're going to build a bunch of things, but we're also going to open up the system so that whoever can contribute and build, smaller companies can. Secondly, though, your point about decentralisation on the tracing, I think my understanding is that you're correct, that in places like South Korea and Taiwan, one of the things they do is they have very strong local forces that are actually on the ground. And one of the problems with how things worked here in the summer was a system that was built that in terms of the contact tracing was too centralised, and too much of it was trying to be done from kind of very big hubs. I stress I'm not an expert on this, and I didn't go into the kind of a lot of the details, but I did hear that criticism from a lot of people at the time. I stress that Alex Cooper himself and the people who got involved did an outstanding job within the remit that they had, but remember that they were not, senior officials in charge of this. They were people taking orders.
When the National Audit Office did a report on tests and trace, how many billion had been spent on it, they said it was of only marginal benefit. One of the reasons was that the communication between the central laboratories and the local public health teams was either too slow or non-existent. People in the the second level of testing weren't being given they weren't passing the information on to local people. And I understand what you're saying about smaller laboratories and the contracts, but there were people like Paul Nurse, a man of huge distinction, university laboratories, public health laboratories, all offering to do it within their remits. Do you understand, can you tell us why those were turned down, and why the system between the central laboratories and the local public health teams didn't work, so that there was only a marginal benefit from all that expenditure?
Well, as I said, I think it was part of the general procurement horror in DH that people like Paul Nurse, we had companies beating our doors down in number 10 saying, we can't get people on the phone, we've got these tests, we can have them verified at Porton Down, etc., etc. That was certainly a huge problem. But also bear in mind, another whole part of this, which I think hasn't really been appreciated so far, is that it turned out that actually there was a brilliant young woman whose name now escapes me, who basically proved in March that this technology called LAMP could work for fast tests. And there was also other work done in March showing that lateral flow tests would work. And various people put together a plan for how to scale up all of this stuff in March. Now, in retrospect, the whole of autumn could have been completely different if this had been absorbed properly by the system on testing. We could definitely, without any shadow of a doubt, we should have been able to have tests on the order of 1 million or 2 million or 5 million a day available by the first week of September. Absolutely zero doubt about it. The problem on that was, for reasons which I never really quite understood, the first I was made aware of this was just a couple of days before my operation, so it must be roughly speaking, I think July the 20th, where a special advisor inside Number 10 who I brought in, who was a scientist himself called James Phillips, he came to me and said, I've been talking to a whole bunch of scientists who have been working on this testing stuff. They're basically being blocked by every part of the system on doing mass testing. They haven't been able to get the money, they haven't been able to get the manufacturing and distribution, everything set up. But this could be a huge game changer while we wait for the vaccines. Now, we in Number 10 then got to grips with it. I organised a meeting with Patrick Vallance, people like John Bell at Oxford, and they both said straight away, yes, we should be doing this. Yes, it could be a game changer. Yes, we have dropped another massive ball by not working on this for the last 3 months. So essentially, I mean, in one sense, all of this should have happened from January. But then once we made the decision in kind of late March to go with Plan B and say Plan B involves testing, Plan B involves all of these different things, Plan B involves vaccine task force, Plan B involves blah. At that point, we should have been putting money into this whole lateral flow and LAMP stuff in March, April. And if we'd done that, then September would have been completely different, because we'd have been able to have literally millions of tests and fast results, immediately, like 10 minutes, 20-minute results. Because we only realised that DH and other parts of the system had completely dropped the ball again in July, late July, essentially, and I only had the first meeting on it, roughly speaking, 20th, 25th of July, all of that time again was wasted. So then we were massively playing catch-up, August, September, October, to try and build all these things that should have already been in place before September.
Thank you. If I may, one last question.
Go, please, last one.
One of the reasons the English death figures were very high at the start of this epidemic was the fact that untested people were sent back into care homes and they themselves got poorly and infected other people in those care homes. Yep. And very large numbers of people died. Do you have any insight into how that decision was taken? And was Number 10 involved in that decision, or was it entirely a health department decision?
So that was one of the other things that that we found shocking. That when we realised in April that this had happened, the Prime Minister said, a less polite version of, what on earth are you telling me? When he came back after being ill, what on earth has happened with all of these people in care homes? Hancock told us in the cabinet room that people were going to be tested before they went back to care homes. What the hell happened?
So he actually said in cabinet that...
Not in cabinet, in the cabinet room.
Oh, sorry, not in cabinet, so, but directly to the Prime Minister.
Yes. We were told categorically in March that people will be tested before they went back to care homes. We only subsequently found out that that hadn't happened. Now, all the government rhetoric was, we put a shield around care homes and blah, blah, blah. It was complete nonsense. Quite the opposite of putting a shield around them. We sent people with COVID back to the care homes.
Thank you. That's extraordinary. Thank you.
Thank you. So we now have Anam Kaiser-Javid. She did her maiden speech last week, and it's her very first select committee. So welcome to you and your questions.
Thank you, Chair. I hope they're all as exciting and as engaging as this one. Thank you, Mr Cummings, for joining us today. So you've referred to failures and you've made apologies. Is it fair and a fair assessment, however, to say that there's been a wealth of expert knowledge, whether that's from SAGE, from the CMO, even from university papers who have researched COVID. So you've got this wealth of expert knowledge that's been available, and SAGE themselves discussed travel restrictions in early February, and they noted that direct flights from China are not the only route for infected individuals to enter the UK. And with hindsight, we've seen that to be true. We now know that most seeding cases were in fact from Europe. So that we've got this expert advice that's telling us this. Quarantine measures for overseas travellers, however, as you'll be aware, weren't introduced till June time. And of course, there were still exempted countries, there was exempted people as well. Who was advising the Prime Minister and government to not close the borders, and on what basis?
So essentially there are two phases to this. I'd say kind of before April and then from April. Before April, the advice was completely to the... I mean, I heard this discussed several times with the Prime Minister in Number 10. He was told, we were all told repeatedly, the advice is not to close the borders, that essentially it would have no effect. At this point, at this time, I think another kind of sort of groupthink thing was it's basically racist to call for closing the borders and blaming China and the whole China New Year thing and everything else. And that, in retrospect, I think was just obviously completely wrong. However, in some in the same way that for lots of things you can't blame the Prime Minister directly, that was the official advice. The official advice was categorically closing the borders will have no effect. I inquired into it. I said explicitly, if we're not going to do it like Singapore and Taiwan and whatnot, we're going to have a bloody good explanation to the public, because they're going to be asking, why on earth are we under these restrictions, but the borders are open? After April, though, it's a completely different story. Once we switch to Plan B, and right, we're going to build, we're going to do test and trace, we're going to do vaccines, we're going to try and stop the second wave, etc., etc. Fundamentally, there was no proper border policy because the Prime Minister never wanted a proper border policy. Repeatedly, in meeting after meeting, I and others said, all we have to do is download the Singapore or Taiwan documents in English and impose them here. We're imposing all of these restrictions on people domestically, but people can see that everyone's just coming in from infected areas. It's madness. It's undermining the whole message that we should take it seriously. And his basic argument, at that point, he was back to lockdown was all a terrible mistake. I should have been the mayor of Jaws. We should never have done lockdown 1. The travel industry will all be destroyed if we bring in a serious border policy. To which, of course, some of us said, there's not going to be a tourism industry in the autumn if we have a second wave. Like, the whole logic is completely wrong. If we don't bring in a proper border policy now, and a bunch of other things, we're going to have a second wave in the autumn, and everything is going to be shut. Forget just tourism. But he was, he had the Daily Telegraph with their stupid campaign on the whole subject. He had Tory MPs going crackers about it at the same time. And essentially at that point, he was in, we should never have done lockdown, I should have been the mayor of Jaws, now I'm going to be, open everything up, get on with it. And me and others just could not win that argument. We never won the argument. As of today, look at the whole thing about variants. We still don't have a proper border policy, in my opinion.
Sorry. Is it a fair assessment to say that the economy and finance was prioritised over people's lives when you think about a border policy to encourage people to travel into this country, to spend money, to rejuvenate the economy? Was that prioritised?
Again, I would say you have to distinguish. It would not be fair to blame the Prime Minister for what happened before March, because all the scientific advice from SAGE and the DH was to do that. So I think you can't. He definitely was not prioritising tourism over the economy in January and February. I heard him say explicitly myself to the science advice and to the Department of Health, hang on, a lot of people are going to think we're mad not closing the borders. So the Prime Minister did push on that in January and February, and it would be wrong and unfair to say that he prioritised the economy at that point. However, after April, it's a different story, and at that point, yes, he was prioritising the economy.
Okay. So I just find this really interesting. So prior to my election, I was a secondary school teacher. I taught modern studies and politics, and I specifically remember a lesson in early January 2020 when the first outbreak happened, or when we were discussing it in class. And I was explaining to my pupils that there's an area called Wuhan in China. This is happening here, and then linking it to what I teach. We spoke about if you were the Prime Minister or if you were a government advisor, what steps would you be doing to develop those critical thinking skills?
Yeah.
My 13-year-old Waynes understood the concept of closing the borders or stopping people from entering or leaving the country.
Yeah.
If 13-year-old kids from Edinburgh could understand that, why is it a fair assessment then to say that the government, well, 13-year-old kids were thinking more than the government? Is that a fair assessment?
I think there's no... My perspective on it is that huge parts of the public health, if you just look at, this is sort of part of a general issue, huge parts of the public health administrations in Britain and America were captured by memes which were obviously ludicrous. They said, don't wear masks, masks could be dangerous. Turned out to be complete nonsense. They said, don't close the borders. It's, as you say, common sense, obvious nonsense. It's just, in my opinion, it's unarguable that obviously we should have shut the borders in January. We should have done exactly what Taiwan did on whatever it was, New Year's Eve or whatever. We should have said, right, dunk, that's it. Yes, that has some disruption, but the kind of cost-benefit ratio is just massively out of whack. And at least it's worth a try. Like lots of things, at least you try it. If it doesn't work, what's the worst that's going to happen? If it doesn't work, okay, well, you've still got the whole nightmare to deal with anyway. But as it was, we were dealing with the whole nightmare. So there was just no fundamentally good logic to not shutting the borders in January, in my opinion. And there was never any logic to it after April. To begin with, the Prime Minister was confused, everyone was, everything was, as I described, was a nightmare. But from the summer, fundamentally, the view was, well, we're past it now, COVID's in history, etc., which was obviously just a terrible mistake.
So leading on from that, leading on from that, during this point, the devolved nations were calling for tighter restrictions. In terms of the devolved nations were calling for tighter restrictions in terms of border control. Yeah. Who in the government had that responsibility of achieving a four nations agreement on this?
I mean, essentially, the Prime Minister had responsibility for it, and there were numerous meetings in the cabinet room where it kind of percolated up through the system. Department for Transport was not keen on doing it either because they were all worried about the effects of tourism. Okay. But fundamentally, that decision was made repeatedly in the cabinet room in number 10. And
would you, or are you of the opinion that the views of the leaders of the devolved nations were listened to during this, specifically thinking about the border policy?
I can't really say if they were well listened to or not, to be honest. I mean, I can't really remember what they were saying, and I can't really remember much of the discussion around that question. Okay. I'm afraid.
Okay. One last question, if that's okay. So as I said, I'm a teacher, and you obviously have school inspections that happen. In England, it's Ofsted that run it. You've got 4 grades. So you've got grade 1's outstanding, grade 2 is good, grade 3 is required improvement, and grade 4 is inadequate. How would you rate the government response on those 4 grades?
I would say some individual brilliant performances, overall system total failure.
Okay, so you give it a grade 4, inadequate. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Barbara Keeley.
Thank you. Mr. Cummings, I think what you've told us so far about social care is astonishing, but I'd like to ask some more questions about it, because clearly what we're talking about is hundreds of thousands of vulnerable people in care homes, 1.5 million care staff who, we're talking at the February-March time into April, were without PPE and testing. Now, you've said on social media that one of the worst failings was the almost total absence of a serious plan for shielding or social care last March. And there was a widespread delusion we had a great plan. It turned out barely to exist. Why didn't number 10 move quickly to protect care homes, which everyone knew would be vulnerable in an infectious outbreak?
So it was discussed, and we were told that people would be sent back to care homes after they'd been tested for COVID, and we were told that there was a plan for shielding. It turned out that neither of those things were correct. We didn't really understand the catastrophe around people being sent back to care homes who were already COVID infected until April. We realised the lack of a shielding plan in, roughly speaking, the week of the 9th. I organised a meeting on it in Downing Street on Thursday the 19th. And we looked at it then, and essentially we realised that yet again, as soon as you poked holes in things, there was nothing there. And essentially what happened then was that some officials said, there's basically nothing we can do. We haven't built the tools in advance. We can't get all these databases to communicate and whatnot. And this is where we're in this ludicrous situation of we're going to send out these shielding letters without putting in the helpline number, because the helpline number was basically not set up and they hadn't got a call centre to answer and everything else. And I said, and others said, well, what the hell are all these people going to do? I mean, we're telling them they've got to stay at home and that someone's going to help them, and they've got to stay at home, otherwise they're going to die. But we're not giving them even a number to call to say that we need food, we need medicines, we need other help. Like, what's going to happen to all these people? And essentially, there was a lot of shrugging. And thank goodness, a group of officials, led by this great woman called Jen Allen, who worked in the government digital service, she worked with a guy called Oliver Lewis, and they basically got a team together between the Cabinet Office and the digital service and CLG. And there was a brilliant SPAD in CLG called Olivia. She kind of got some people from CLG together and said, and they kind of jiggled together a team and said, right. And then they got a company involved and said, can you basically make all these databases talk to each other so that we can put the helpline out, and then people call up, we can take the details, and then we can get food delivered to them. And it was a bit of a similar kind of thing to the data between faculty and the NHS. Similarly, a company called, I think, Newton, but I might have got that wrong, worked with this team with Jen Allen, and they figured out a way to kind of bodge together these databases so you could start to do it. But it was all done essentially in literal all-nighters over the night of Thursday the 19th, over the next few days, to try and get this ready.
Okay, well, that's shielding, but I think the comment I read out to you that you've made was about social care as well. It doesn't appear there was any plan for social care. There might have been no plan for shielding. There was no plan for social care.
Fundamentally, yes.
In fact, it was reported in the media in March that you outlined the government's strategy in February, and it was said to be herd immunity, protect the economy, and if that means some pensioners die, too bad. That's in February. Was that the view held in government about the deaths of older people from COVID?
No, and also I never said that. It's that story in the Sunday Times had invented meetings on the 12th of an invented meeting on the 12th of March, which never actually occurred, as you can see from the SAGE documents. It had an invented story about me in general and why I changed my mind and when I changed my mind and everything else. And I had this fake quote in. It actually caused huge trouble. I had people at my house threatening to kill me as a consequence of it. The journalist involved said afterwards it was the worst professional mistake of his career, but the damage was done, and it created this terrible impression that essentially we didn't care about people. Yeah, but it was not it wasn't true.
We didn't care enough to have a plan for all those people needing care. We didn't care enough to have a plan for people in care homes or for people receiving care at home who necessarily had to have people coming into their homes or necessarily had to live in homes which are not generally suited for infection control. This is an infectious outbreak, and care homes, people come in and out, they're working there, and there are visitors. It's
not just the view of me. I literally spoke to people who work in the Cabinet Office today who said, when I look back, one of the biggest things that it was just terrible is the lack of a plan for that. And
Well, let's just examine what happened then, because you talked about what happened on discharge. On March the 17th last year, NHS England wrote to hospital trusts telling them they could maximise bed capacity by discharging every patient they could safely discharge. Now, at that point, there was hardly any testing of those people. You've said that, I think you said that there was an intention to test, or it was said there was an intention to test, but it wasn't possible to test. On that major policy change of discharge, was that change discussed at meetings between NHS England and ministers and advisors? What were the views around at the time of the risks? Because surely somebody weighed the risks.
Yes, it was discussed. It was discussed in the Cabinet room in front of me and the Prime Minister and Secretary of State Matt Hancock and other senior officials.
And what were the views of the risks that were being taken by doing that?
As I said before, we were told that the people were going to be tested.
Right.
We obviously discussed the risk. We were thinking, hang on, this sounds really dangerous. Are we sure? But it was a kind of, well, there's no alternative because the whole original plan had gone so badly wrong. The view was, well, we've got to try and free up beds in the NHS to deal with the wave that was coming. So the view was, there's no alternative, but secondly, we were assured that the people who were being sent out would be tested. And as I said, it was only in April, after the Prime Minister and I had both ourselves been ill, that we realised that what we were told would happen never did happen, or only happened very partially and sporadically. At least, I'm sure some people were tested, right? But obviously, many people who should have been tested were not tested, and then went back to care homes and then infected people, and then it spread like wildfire inside the care homes. And also, the care homes didn't have the PPE that they needed to deal with it, and they didn't have the testing for the staff. So you had this kind of cascading series of crises, like domino effect, rippling out through the system.
I think that probably wasn't seen until September, was it, that it would be staffed too. So in those discussions between the NHS England and ministers or advisors, you said it was discussed in the Cabinet room. What estimates were made of the impact of discharging positive cases? There must have been some estimates given, because clearly in a hospital setting, I think it's understood that NHS staff were infecting each other in hospitals, so there's going to be a level of infection. What estimates were given as to the risks of that discharge?
I never saw any estimates about it. I think that in the conversations I saw, essentially the issue was just never properly it was never properly analysed or discussed in front of the Prime Minister, me, the Cabinet Secretary.
So that major change on discharge from hospital was made without evidence of the potential risks and of the potential numbers that may already be infected?
Well, it was made without a serious plan or capability to cope with the consequences, for sure.
Yeah. Why do you think nobody commissioned evidence on that topic? I mean, you've said various things about the Secretary of State and about the state of the department. Is that the cause?
That's my assumption.
Would you have expected them to have commissioned evidence on that before they took that decision, before they put that decision out there?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of goes, everything's connected. It goes back to the whole disaster over testing. We didn't have enough testing, we didn't have enough PPE. Because we didn't have enough testing and enough PPE then, it wasn't provided to care homes. My impression looking back was that in the same way no one thought about how to produce the details of what to do on shielding, and therefore I had this terrible meeting on the 19th on shielding. I just think that the whole thing around care homes was the same, that just fundamentally it had never been properly dug into. And what happened was, in the crisis environment of complete chaos in that week of around the 16th, as we were heading towards lockdown, people just said, well, we've got no alternative than do this. And why on earth Hancock told us that everyone was going to be tested I've absolutely no idea. But we all now know that it definitely didn't happen.
Who was there when he told you that?
I mean, I can't remember everyone, but it was a formal, like all of those meetings. We stopped doing the meetings in Cobra, and from kind of the week of the 9th, the daily COVID meetings were all in the Cabinet room. So often, don't get confused. I mean, Cabinet was essentially not really relevant to any of these things in the March period. When I say the Cabinet room, I'm not referring to Cabinet meetings at all. Often the only people there were the Prime Minister, Hancock, and then occasional other ministers that were relevant to that specific thing. So this meeting was PM, Hancock, Cabinet Secretary, me, bunch of Number 10 staff, some DH staff, other people on Zoom, possibly Simon Stevens there, possibly not, I don't remember now.
Okay. Looking back at the whole thing then, after COVID was seeded into care homes, do you think...
After what, sorry?
Looking back now at what we're just discussing, after COVID was seeded into care homes, do you think the government, including SAGE, was taking that risk of transmission into care home settings as seriously as they should? And I want to look at this in the context of what you said since. Was it the start of the thinking by the Prime Minister that has been reported as COVID is only killing 80-year-olds? Was there a sense that it kind of didn't matter because it's people at the end of their lives and it just didn't matter?
So it's two different questions there. Your first question, I think, was essentially, was this taken seriously, properly, and everything else by Number 10, etc., etc. The answer is obviously no. It wasn't. It was not thought through properly. There wasn't any kind of proper plan. It's clear in retrospect that it was just completely catastrophic situation happened with these people being sent back untested and then seeding it in care homes. I think there's no other way to describe it than that. You know, like all of these things, I don't. You know, it wasn't deliberate. It was just. It was a function of the overall fact that the system was just completely overwhelmed. The Prime Minister's views on COVID and who it had killed was relevant, but that was relevant in September, October. It wasn't relevant to this point now.
Okay, thank you.
Dean Russell.
Oh, I'm happy to go.
I do apologise. It's Luke Evans next. Apologies, Luke.
Thank you, Chair. One thing we do have control over in an emergency is the way in which we communicate. Arguably, that's your strongest suit, given your track record with Brexit. What would you score the government out of 10 on its communication, both to the NHS and to the public, 10 being this is gold standard, or 0 being the lesson learned, we should never do this again?
I think that so some of the people working on the communications were some of the best people in the world, and one of the great myths about the whole thing is that the reason for all of these problems was bad communications. Fundamentally, the reason for all these problems was bad policy, bad decisions, bad planning, bad operational capability. It doesn't matter if you've got great people doing communications if the Prime Minister changes his mind 10 times a day and then calls up the media and contradicts his own policy day after day after day. You're going to have a communications disaster zone. A few things are discussed more inaccurately than communications. So inevitably, there were certainly mistakes made on communications for sure. But all the big things that people think, why did that go wrong? Why did that go wrong? Like for example, the whole thing with Rashford. The Director of Communications said to the Prime Minister twice, do not pick a fight with Rashford. Obviously, we should do this instead. The Prime Minister decided to pick a fight and then surrendered twice. After that, everyone says, oh, well, your communications are stupid. No. What's stupid is picking a fight with Rashford over school meals, and what should have happened is just getting the school meals policy right. So it's easy to blame communications for bad policy and bad decision-making.
Let me pick you up on that, because no plan, stands the test of time when it hits the enemy. This was a novel virus. But the benefit you have in communications is we went into a second lockdown. So what were the lessons learned from communicating in the first lockdown that came out to play in the second lockdown? And looking at that, there was a third one which you weren't involved in, but I'd be interested in your lessons learned, because that's what the essence of this inquiry is about.
I think the same thing happened in the autumn as happened in January. It was bad policy and bad decisions. The problems in the autumn were not fundamentally communications problems. They were that the Prime Minister made some terrible decisions and got things wrong and then constantly U-turned on everything. That's not a communications failure. You see it, everyone in the outside world sees it as a communications failure, but the reality is it's much more fundamental than that. The autumn disasters were fundamentally not communications problems. The communications problems were a consequence of bad decisions and bad management.
So were you in charge of the communications at this point? Are you saying this isn't my problem, Gov, it's what I was given?
No, I mean, as I said earlier on, I had the only time between the election and leaving Number 10 that I was really engaged with communications at all was the period kind of late February until me and the Prime Minister becoming ill being tested positive on the Friday, that kind of 3 to 4 week period. Both before that and after that, I was very little involved with communications because I fundamentally disagreed with the Prime Minister on what is good communications, how to do communications, how it should be structured, how we should approach the media. On pretty much every single major thing, he and I completely disagreed. So I tried to use my time where I thought it could be better spent. For example, in the autumn, I spent, literally near zero time on communications and huge amounts of time on mass testing and on the defence review and on the economy and other things like that, procurement reform, etc., etc.
How well were you involved in the lockdown measures draw up, and what was your understanding of the lockdown measures?
Which one, sorry, which one are you talking about? In March or?
First one.
I was heavily involved in the period between, if you're talking about the communication of the lockdown measures kind of between trying to formulate Plan B on the 13th and then actually doing lockdown 10 days later, do you mean then?
Well, the understanding for the public when the measures came out over what's involved in the what you can do, why we keep 2 metres apart, who can go to what, when we can go to school, what understanding did you have that of where we can travel?
Yeah, I was heavily involved with that, but again, the problem there was not. I had all the communications people were screaming. We haven't got anything to explain to the public properly, or what we have got is all contradictory because we haven't got an actual plan. That was the problem. The problem wasn't in the communications team. The problem was what they were being given.
Okay. Moving on to a second point, and it's to pick you up on your evidence you gave at the start. At 11:09, you said to the member for Salford and Eccles, "It's completely crazy that I should be in such a senior position." You also then said you realised this was a massive problem, and yet you didn't take action. Why didn't you resign straight away? Or why you had the power to hire? Why didn't you hire your replacement? And did you say to the PM that you didn't feel you were competent?
So I did hire various people into Number 10 to try and raise the quality of the team there, including myself. For example, bringing in people like Tom Shinner. We built the analytical private office in there. There were lots of different people I brought in to try and provide expertise and skills that I didn't have and which also didn't exist in Number 10. And that did actually help. So in January, when I did that blog saying, Number 10 doesn't have these skills, we need to hire people, by September, we had built that team, and it did make a huge difference. And I think we'll come on to in terms of the September decisions. Terrible decisions were made, but they were made for completely different reasons than they were made in March. By then, there was a different set of skills and a different set of people. In terms of why should I have resigned, as I said, arguably I should have resigned in March. Arguably I should have resigned in May, and I should definitely have resigned in September.
So in answer to the question, I'm just wondering where you draw the line on your personal responsibility and the decisions that are made. You said you didn't speak up because you were worried about the fact that you might be getting it wrong and people may die. There was a certain infamous trip, and that had huge influence on how people perceived the lockdown. Again, you said it was the problem of the policy, not in the way in which it was messaged across. Where do you draw the line for you having personal responsibility for the decisions both in government and about the way you conduct yourself?
So I think I should probably explain some things about this that were not put into the public domain at the time in the Rose Garden, because that whole episode was definitely a major disaster for the government and for the COVID policy. So I'll explain something about it and then and why we got things so wrong. In the autumn 2019, I had to move out of my house because of security threats for about 6 weeks. On the 28th of February, when I was dealing with the COVID problem, on the Friday night, I was down in Westminster, and my wife called saying there's a gang of people outside saying they're going to break into the house and kill everybody inside. She was alone at the house at the time with our then 3-year-old. After that, I spoke to the PM and the Deputy Cabinet Secretary, Helen McNamara, about the situation, and it was suggested that possibly I either move my family into a government accommodation or move them off to family. On the 22nd of March, the story happened, which the lady mentioned earlier, about that fake quote from me, basically implying that I was happy for everyone to die, which led to further problems. After that weekend, I then said to my wife, right, we've been discussing it for a month. We've got to get out of here on Friday. So before the whole thing happened with the Prime Minister being sick, my wife calling up on the Friday and everything else, it had already been decided that I was going to move my family out of London, regardless of the COVID rules. That was discussed with people in the Cabinet Office and with the private office. Now, what happened is, because of this, we kept the whole thing very quiet. Almost nobody in Number 10 knew about it for obvious reasons, because I didn't want the same problems to pop up at my parents' house up in Durham. When the story then came out, the Prime Minister and I agreed, when the first story came out about me, much of the story was completely wrong. It suggested that the police had spoken to me about my behaviour because of the lockdown rules and whatnot, which was completely false. The police had only spoken to me about security issues, but the media presented it as if I'd been talked to by the police for breaking lockdown rules. The whole story was crazy. The Prime Minister and I agreed that because of the security things, we would basically just stonewall the story and not say anything about it. And I was extremely mindful of the problem that when you talk about these things, you cause more trouble for yourself. And I'd already put my wife and child in the firing line on it. So I said, I'm not talking about this, we should shut our mouths about it, and the media stories are all basically, loads of it is wrong, and ignore it. Prime Minister agreed. Then on the Monday, he was under so much political pressure and media pressure that he said, this line won't hold, we're going to have to do something about it. Now, at this point, I made just a terrible, terrible, terrible mistake, which I'm extremely sorry about. What I should have done, in retrospect, is I should have called my wife and said, listen, you and our boy are going to have to get out of London again. I'm going to have to just explain the truth about this whole thing. Get out of London, we'll hold a press conference. Instead of that, we had a kind of chaotic situation in Number 10 where the Prime Minister said, we're going to have to do something, you're going to have to explain something. And I said, I'm not explaining these security things, otherwise I'm going to have everyone mobs back outside my house. So I ended up giving the whole Rose Garden thing, where what I said was true, but we left out a kind of crucial part of it all. And it just, the whole thing was a complete disaster. And the truth is, and then it undermined public confidence in the whole thing. The truth is, if I just, when the Prime Minister said on the Monday, we can't hold this line, we're going to have to explain things, if I just basically sent my family back out of London and said, here's the truth to the public, I think people would have understood the situation, and it was a terrible misjudgment not to do that. So I take, the Prime Minister got that wrong, I got that wrong. We both made a terrible horlicks of it in a very odd circumstance on the Monday. So that hopefully explains that situation and makes clear that I know that my misjudgment on it caused huge trouble. And I deeply apologise for it.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings, and I'm sorry that you felt threats to your family and indeed to yourself and your safety. No one should feel that. However, this is about lessons learned. One is they're talking about coming forward and giving the truth. The second is, with regards to that, where do you see your personal responsibility on this, the media's responsibility on it, and government's responsibility to looking after the people who are being representative and making these tough decisions in a world emergency?
Do you mean specifically on this particular episode, or do you mean in general?
Yeah, this particular episode, because what we don't want to happen is something like this happen again that undermines public confidence. If there's ever to be another pandemic, we need to learn the lessons so that these situations are avoided.
I think a fundamental lesson of it is the same as the fundamental lesson on Sage and so many things, that openness is better. Like, essentially, we took the decision because of the security problem, and I didn't want to go through the whole thing of moving my family again and everything else. And I felt guilty about the whole thing as well with my wife. Fundamentally, that was a terrible, terrible mistake, though. It would have been much better just to come clean on the whole thing, tell the truth about it at the time, and then I think it wouldn't have been the fiasco that it became. So I guess the fundamental lesson is the default on everything should be openness. If we defaulted to that on this, it would have been harder for me in some ways, but it would have been better for the country, and that's what we should have done.
Thank you. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you very much.
Obviously, it is totally and utterly unacceptable that you or your family should face threats, but there's just one thing I didn't quite understand in your narrative. If you were moving your family out of London for security reasons, why did you move them back?
Because essentially, I've been on, during that time in that next 2 weeks, I've been lying there thinking that I might die. I was extremely ill. On the 12th, the day before we came back to London, I could still, I could really still hardly walk 50 metres. And if it had been up to me, frankly, I would have left my wife and child behind. But she was extremely worried about me. She was worried that, what happens if I just collapse at home? I'm by myself. Who knows what state you're in? The medical advice was that I shouldn't be basically rushing back to work. I should stay and rest. But the Prime Minister had literally nearly just died. I was getting all these messages from everybody saying that the government's in free fall. If you can get back, you should go back. So I went back. She was worried about me, and therefore she made the decision, I'm going to come back with you. We all had to make very difficult decisions at this time. If I could have done, I would have left them in. I would have left them in Durham, frankly.
Thank you, Dean Russell.
Thank you, Chair. If you don't mind, I'd like to explore this a little bit more, but with the Durham trip, and I also echo the comments about the awfulness of having security risks to your family. That's just never acceptable. But a lot of the issues around messaging, was about trust in the messaging from government, the trust in you and in officials, and in particular around behaviour change. And most of the messaging during that time were 3-word statements. There was stay at home, there was protect the NHS, more recently hands, face, space. And I think the nation just wanted to hear one statement from you, which was a 3-word statement, which was I am sorry. And I just want to understand, Mr Cummings, why you just didn't apologise when you were in that rose garden.
Because, well, as I think I've tried to explain, there were sort of multiple things going on in my head about it all. I couldn't really tell the whole story about it. Or I felt I couldn't. I should have done it at the time, but felt like I just didn't. For the reasons I've described, I think that my behaviour in leaving London at the time was perfectly reasonable. And other people in the Cabinet Office and the Prime Minister and everyone agreed with me that it was reasonable for me to move my family out of Durham. So I was caught in this thing of, well, are you going to apologise and say it was a terrible mistake? The truth at the time was, no, I wasn't sorry about moving them out of London. And I didn't think it was a terrible mistake. I thought it was completely the right thing to do. But the problem was we were trapped in a situation where I was only telling part of the story. So the whole thing was just a complete disaster.
And with regards to that, though, what was
Obviously, I am extremely sorry about the whole thing, the way that the whole thing worked out, because the reality is I had all the security problems again afterwards. Twice further, I had to move my family out of the house again because of problems at the house, despite the COVID rules. I stress, for all the journalists watching, the further stories about me going back are false. It is true that I moved my wife and child back out of London, despite the COVID rules, but that was in discussion with the police. I did not leave London. And all of these stories about me being elsewhere and me going off whatever, those stories are all categorically false. But it is true that I've moved my family out again. So the truth is I had all of these problems again anyway. I didn't dodge them, and that's why it would have been better just to explain it all at the time, and I'm extremely sorry that I didn't.
Why has it taken till today, though, to make that? And I can really sympathise with the issues for your family and so on, and appreciate that. But why has it taken to this committee to hear you actually apologise in hindsight, given the fact that I think an apology at that time would have lifted a lot of the pressure? Because I think the nation's back was up over it because they felt that, rightly or wrongly, that you'd sort of done it and you sort of said, look, that was the right thing to do, move on, whilst everyone else in the country was following the guidance and not getting to go to funerals, not going to see their families, not hugging their family and friends, and worried about their lives. And the presumption, especially in the press, was that you'd sort of done it and didn't really have an apology to give.
Well, I mean, I did understand at the time, and I do understand at the time, people talking about, people being very upset and their relatives. My own uncle died, while I was in bed with COVID, my own uncle died in hospital of COVID because of this whole problem about hospitals and infection in hospitals and whatnot. So I very much did understand people's anger about it. All I can say is, after the complete debacle around the whole thing, it just didn't seem like coming out and then trying to explain it all while I was still in government was a sensible thing to do. And then after I'd left, it's kind of, the last thing I wanted to do was draw attention to the whole thing and to my house and everything else. Again, as it is, I've had to move, I've moved my family out of our house now for this whole public thing. I've got the whole street has got cameras and everything else around it. But I figured that today is today's the day for just getting the whole terrible story on everything out so everyone knows the reality. And hopefully this is a case study of how not to handle something like this. As I said, it's clear in retrospect that once it was clear that the Prime Minister wasn't prepared to hold the line, I should just have said, right, family out, I'll explain the whole facts, and that's it. And I think most of the country would have understood it. But we kind of just did the worst of all possible worlds.
And with regards to that, did everyone in government and Number 10 appreciate the real sheer emotion of the country at the time? I mean, in my constituency email box, we had 1,000 emails from people really angry about this. Was there a realisation of that disconnect?
Yes, we knew as soon as the whole thing had happened, we knew that I knew that the whole thing was a complete disaster.
And do you feel that you were unfairly targeted by the media? It felt to me that during that time there were quite a few cases of high-profile individuals breaking the rules in various forms, whether it be at the blurry edge of it or completely. Why do you think you were targeted so much by the media over a very sustained period of time?
I mean, I've never complained about the media, and I've never threatened to sue the media. I think if you're someone like me who's in the public eye, and you say, as often as I have over the last 20 years, that as many critical things as I have about the media and how they cover important stories, then they're going to throw things back at you when they've got a chance to. Also, fundamentally, a lot of the media realised that there was a kind of tension in Number 10 between me and some of my team that wanted to try and change the culture of Number 10 away from what it's been for 30 years, which is essentially a press answering service where everything is dedicated to the media day in, day out. I regarded this as a disaster, and I wanted to try and move the whole culture of governing away from that. And there was huge tension because the Prime Minister's view is literally, you couldn't get a more diametrically opposed perspective on it. For him, he just gets up, reads the papers, says, right, what are they doing today? And then cannons around. And the media realised that there was this tension going on and that I was essentially trying to massively diminish their influence, and therefore they wanted rid of me. And so from their point of view, rationally.
Okay, no, thank you for that. Just in relation to the Rose Garden Downing Street, the press conference there, you've made some very, very big allegations today, and we're yet to see the evidence in the emails and so on. And you've raised on several occasions that around that time, prior to that time, actually, March, February, you had very serious concerns. You had the UK's media in front of you, in fact, some of the world's media. Why didn't you raise some of those concerns then, given the fact that you knew in your mind, from what you've said today, that many lives were at risk?
Do you mean, why didn't I speak to the media and say, I think the government's plan might be disastrous?
Yes, or variations of that, because you're making those suggestions now, a year later, again, after the horse has bolted, if that's the case. Why didn't you use that platform at that time to say, look, I've got grave concerns, we need to change direction?
Because I thought the right thing to do was to try and make the arguments internally and change the Prime Minister's mind and change the official plan and kind of shift it from plan A to plan B. I think if I'd suddenly started calling the media in the week of the 9th, so as I started having meetings with people in the 9th on plan A is a disaster, we've got to shift plan B, if I'd then started calling everyone in the media and saying...
Sorry, not calling, but you were in the Downing Street garden, you had what I felt was a bit of a witch hunt approach of, one journalist after the other asking you a question after a question. But there was a platform there for you to say, I'm really concerned that lives are at risk, that we should be changing things. What was your decision to not raise that in public at that time, given you're now saying that you had major concerns?
Well, it's a kind of constant problem that people like me have to wrestle with all the time. That other people in this room will have wrestled with. It's the tension between, if you threaten to resign, you've got to be serious about it. Otherwise your bluff is called. If you leave, then you lose basically all control, unless you're going to put a gun to someone's head publicly. If you stay, then you've got a chance to try and influence things. I thought at the time, as I said, I thought very, very seriously about resigning in the summer. I was dissuaded from doing so by the Cabinet Secretary and by other senior people who said, please stay, don't do it. You have that tension, and I don't know quite what... So I think in retrospect, I was probably right not to resign in March. I think in retrospect, I was definitely wrong not to resign in September. Whether or not I should have gone in the summer or not is, I don't know.
But you mentioned there about tensions between decisions, and what we've heard this morning is that you've said that you had no real power, yet you took the test and vaccination programme off the Secretary of State. You had major concerns a year ago but didn't raise them in front of the media when you had an opportunity. You were concerned about making decisions that would put people's lives at risk, yet you took a trip to Durham, which I appreciate you've explained in more detail now. Do you get that there's listening to this for the past 3-4 hours, that there's sort of you didn't have any power, you didn't have any control, you had the ear of the Prime Minister but didn't really use it, and yet on the flip side you were able to make things change. I just think from a perspective of decision making, it just something doesn't connect there for me.
Well, I think all people all over Westminster exaggerated. I think arguably they underestimated the influence that I had between July and December 2019. arguably, they massively exaggerated the influence that I had after the election. The whole idea that I was the second most powerful person in the country and all of that, and I could just, you know, click my fingers and do this and do that and do the other, was just completely wrong. If I could have clicked my fingers and done things, there would have been a serious border policy. Masks would have been compulsory. Hancock would have been fired. We'd have done, you know, like dozens and dozens and dozens of things. What happened is, like, fundamentally, the Prime Minister and I did not agree about COVID. We did not agree about COVID after March. After March, he thought the lesson to be learned is we shouldn't have done the lockdown, we should have focused on the economy, it was all a disaster, I should have been the Mayor of Jaws. I thought that perspective was completely mad. I had very little influence on COVID stuff. I mean, I tried, I made arguments, but as you can see, on pretty much all the major arguments, I basically lost, did not win. What I therefore did in the summer was I brought in Simon Case to be the Permanent Secretary at Number 10 because I thought the Prime Minister's not listening to me on this whole subject. Our relations are getting worse and worse. His girlfriend is desperate to get rid of me and all my team. If I bring in someone official to kind of take over on COVID, that will A, make things better, and B, maybe he'll listen better to Simon Case than he will to me, which to some extent did happen. And then I spent a lot of my time in kind of May, June, July, not on COVID, but on defence, science and technology, procurement reform, planning regulations, the economy, productivity, innovation, data, you know, all of the civil service, all of these sorts of things. And I tried to use what influence I had on those things where either the Prime Minister agreed with me or he didn't really care, in which case I could push things on. But it wasn't really useful, me just sitting in meeting after meeting on things like quarantine, where he just didn't agree.
So just for my final question, sorry for the time taken, Chair. For lessons learnt moving forward, it sounds like you were perceived to be, you know, the chief advisor, whatever the title may be, to the Prime Minister, but your advice was not being taken. And was that because of the fact that you didn't bring people along with you to agree with your advice to then have that to get the Prime Minister to listen? What was the reason for that? Because the bit that comes to my mind is that if we go into another pandemic in a few years' time, how do we set up the structures according to what you're saying today to make sure that advice is listened to? Because ultimately, shouldn't you be effectively the canary in the mine to be able to say, actually, there's stuff coming down the line that we need to do something on? And it sounds like your advice, from what you're saying, was not taken on board, rightly or wrongly.
So I think it's hard to sort of generalise about some of these things. I think on lots of stuff on COVID, actually there was a centre of gravity in Number 10 for the same view around that agreed with me, but the Prime Minister just wouldn't do it. You know, on many issues, me, the Cabinet Secretary, the Chancellor, other senior people agreed, but the PM just wouldn't do what we advised. So I think the problem wasn't necessarily I couldn't persuade other people on lots of things. I mean, everybody was screaming on quarantine, have a policy and set it out clearly and stick to it. We cannot keep changing your mind every time the Telegraph writes an editorial on the subject. Everybody agreed with me about that, regardless almost of what they thought the real policy should be. But nobody could find a way around the problem of the Prime Minister just like a shopping trolley smashing from one side of the aisle into the other.
Well, interested to see the evidence. So thank you. Thank you.
Just before we move on from this, with respect to Barnard Castle, one of the things that really upset people wasn't taking your family out of London. It was that trip when you were up there that you said was to test your eyes, but others said was actually a birthday trip for your wife. Do you stand by that account?
I think if I was going to make up a story, I'd have come up with a hell of a lot better story than that one, right? I mean, it's such a weird story that, like, the truth is, like, only a few days before then, I'd been sitting in bed writing, like, a will, like, what to do if I die. I then was thinking about coming down on the 12th, the Sunday, but I was basically too ill to do that. And my wife said, look, you're in a state You can barely walk. Like, are you sure you're okay to go back to work? Are you sure you're okay to this whole thing? And I don't know. I mean, I try to explain this all the time. It seemed to me like, okay, if you're going to drive 300 miles to go back to work the next day, then pottering down the road for 30 miles and back to see how you feel after you've just come off what you thought might be your deathbed didn't seem crazy to me at the time.
Did it not seem crazy to do that test with your wife and child in the car with you?
No, it didn't. Didn't seem crazy.
Does it not seem a bit crazy now?
Let's get in the...
That you are testing your eyesight with your wife and child in the car with you?
It didn't seem crazy at the time. It seemed just like, okay, let's get in the car, drive up and down the road. If I feel bad, come home, see how I feel as I get going.
Okay.
But I can completely understand that. I can completely understand why people think the whole thing was weird. And obviously, I wish I'd never heard of Barnacastle, and I wish I'd never gone, and I wish the whole nightmare had never happened. But hopefully, people can even if they don't agree, hopefully they can understand. As I say, I can only apologise for the whole debacle.
Okay, we have talked a lot so far about things that went wrong, but I think we should spend some time on the big thing that went right, which was the vaccine programme. And I've got 3 colleagues who want to ask you about that. But just let me open by saying, what is it that you think we got right on the vaccine that was so different to some of the other things that we've been talking about today?
I think fundamentally on vaccines, there was clear responsibility. There was someone who was actually in charge of it, Kate Bingham, and she was working with Patrick Vallance. She built a team of people that actually understood what they were doing. And she had the kind of strength of character not to be pushed around by... So we had a kind of formal thing, which was, you're in charge of it. You report basically directly to the PM. You don't report to the Department of Health. So she knew kind of who her boss was on it. Built a great team, and we also said to her, treat this like a wartime thing, ignore rules. If lawyers get in your way, come to us. We'll find ways of bulldozing them out of your way. And it just... Clear accountability, people that really understood what they were doing, relative to almost everything else in Whitehall, extremely low friction, and some great kind of technical help. I think those things, when you put them together, meant that it worked better than pretty much anything else. I think this is not in any sense a comment on Kate. I think the fact that it worked out relatively well to the rest of the world, though, shouldn't blind us to the fact that we only really got that going. So I think my first conversations about the idea of it with anybody were in March. Patrick Vallance texted me on roughly the 24th, I think it was, of March. Something like that. I've got the exact date. Like lots of other things, though, there's no doubt that we could actually have done this faster than we did. The conventional wisdom was we're not going to be able to have any vaccines in 2020. Now, in March, I started getting calls from various people saying these new mRNA vaccines could well smash the conventional wisdom, don't necessarily stick to it. People like Bill Gates and that kind of network were saying. So essentially what happened is there's a network of people, Bill Gates type people, who are saying completely rethink the whole paradigm of how you do this. Build in parallel. Here is the science thing, here is the manufacturing thing, here's the distribution, here's the supply, here's logistics, here's the data. The normal thing is you kind of do those sequentially. What Bill Gates and people like that were saying to me and to others in Number 10 was, you need to think of this much more like some of the classic programs of the past, the Manhattan Project in World War II, the Apollo program. Build it all in parallel. Now, in normal government accounting terms, this is completely crazy, because if nothing works out, you've spent literally billions building all of these things up, and then the end result is nothing, you get zero for it, it's all waste. But what Bill Gates and people were saying, and what Patrick Vallance and Patrick's team was saying, was the actual expected return on this is so high that even if it does turn out to be all wasted billions, it's still a good gamble in the end. And all the conventional Whitehall accountancy systems for this can't basically cope with it. You've just got to throw them all down the toilet. And that is essentially what we did. Patrick came to me and said, I want to do this. I think we must take it out of Department of Health. Bear in mind, this was at the time we were having all these conversations about PPE, about testing, about shielding, about all the things we've gone through today already, with all of these different things being wrong. Patrick said, take it out of the Department of Health. Will you support me on that with the PM? I said, absolutely damn sure I will. I spoke to the Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Secretary completely agreed, because also he was watching all of these meetings in April about all the problems that DH had. So weirdly, this was one of the things that actually had almost no real formal meetings and actually very little discussion. Patrick, me, and Cabinet Secretary all basically went to the Prime Minister when he came back from being ill and said, there's just no alternative. We've got to do it like this. It's inconceivable we can leave it in DH. Here's the structure. And the Prime Minister just decided in 90 seconds, fine, do it. And that was it. And there was basically not really any formal structure. There was a little bit of whinging here and there there was a little bit of pushback in some quarters saying, this is extremely risky. If you don't go down the EU approach and that works and we do it ourselves and it doesn't work, you guys are all going to be in a huge political hole.
But you have to take risks.
But you have to take risks. And when we looked at the EU plan, not just me, but all the people that really understood vaccines and some procurement experts that we asked to look at it all said, well, the EU plan just looks like the classic EU Brussels thing. It's going to be completely bogged down in bureaucracy. They're not going to be able to take the right financing decisions. They're not going to do this parallelism approach of building everything and subsidising everything as you go along. So it seemed at the time like that was just clearly the right thing to do. And thank goodness that was one of the few things I think that we got right.
Thank you. Let me bring in my colleague Zara Sultana.
Thank you, Chair. I was meant to come in earlier, but I had a PMQ, so I'm not going to go entirely on vaccines at the beginning. I just want to pick up on some points, Mr. Cummings, that you made earlier regarding herd immunity. You said that it was an unavoidable fact and it was the official plan of the government. Did the Prime Minister specifically acknowledge that pursuing this would result in an excess of 500,000 deaths? And was he okay with that death toll or a death toll of that margin?
So the Prime Minister was definitely aware that as I said earlier on, that herd immunity by September in a single wave was the official plan A. That's on the COBRA document that I shared with you as it's described, the optimal single peak strategy. On the 12th, the Prime Minister, like me, heard in the conversation about chickenpox parties and the interviews that a few people gave about herd immunity. And the Prime Minister, like me, started to think, hang on a second, this sounds at best extremely frightening. Is this really what we're going to do? But as I said, up until when we had the meeting on the 14th, the whole point of that meeting was, here is the real numbers on what the herd immunity by September strategy really means. It's on the best case, 260,000 people dead. On the DH's own thing, we can't do that. We just can't do it. We've got to gamble on an alternative plan. But at that point, remember, the conventional wisdom was, if you do gamble on an alternative plan, it's not going to be 260,000 people dead. It might be 2 or 3 or 4 times worse than that in the autumn. And that was the whole argument that kind of played out between the night of the 13th and when we decided to lock down by kind of the weekend of the 18th, 19th, 20th, the back end of the following week. But it's completely bizarre. Everybody knows that the Secretary of State for Health, the Chief Scientific Advisor, the Chief Medical Officer were all briefing Laura Koonsberg, Robert Pester, and all the key media people in the week of the 9th on single peak herd immunity by September plan. It's totally bizarre and incomprehensible to me that the government that Number 10 would now be trying to deny that when it was officially described. It's on all the official documents, the CSA, etc., and people from SAGE all said it on TV. And the Cabinet Secretary described it as the chickenpox parties thing on the 12th. That was the whole... So I'm completely baffled as to why Number 10 is now trying to deny that was the plan. The whole point is that was the original plan, but we realised what the consequences of it were going to be, and we decided that it was intolerable and we had to try something else.
This issue and the issue of whether the Prime Minister's inactions have led to deaths was asked at PMQs, and the Prime Minister said that all of these matters will be reviewed in the course of a public inquiry, which will start next spring. You've already said that that would be too narrow in scope. Do you support the calls of bereaved families for a statutory public inquiry that's independent and led by a judge?
I don't know about being led by a judge, because often these judge-led things actually don't, the history is they often don't really get to the bottom of it. But the principle of it, yes. I think the idea that any kind of serious inquiry and lessons learned doesn't start till next year is completely terrible. The families of all, tens of thousands of people died who didn't need to die. There's absolutely no excuse for delaying that, because a lot of the reasons for why that happened are still in place now. Look at the whole debate about variants and whatnot. Like, this has to be honestly explained. If the government, if Number 10 today won't tell the truth about the official plan, which they briefed the media about and described on TV a year ago, what on earth else is going on in there now? So yes, I do. And I also think, if you go back, and this is not about dragging Brexit into anything, but if you go back 2 years, if MPs could seize control of the legislative programme and say, we are in charge, not Number 10, when it came to Brexit and the second referendum, why on earth can MPs now not take control and say, it's intolerable that this can be delayed? The elected representatives of the families of people who died who didn't need to die must get to grips with this now. There is absolutely no excuse for delaying it. And the longer it's delayed, the more people will rewrite memories, the more documents will go astray, the more the whole thing will just become cancerous.
One of the issues has been the Prime Minister's reluctance to actually meet the COVID family group, the bereaved families. Why is the Prime Minister running away from meeting with them, do you think?
I can't imagine why.
Okay, I'll move on to my question about contracts. So Byline Times and the Citizens Overview of Contract Awards reveals that a year after the first COVID lockdown, almost £1 billion in government contracts has been awarded to 15 firms that are linked to Conservative donors, and they've had more research that continues showing this trend. During your time at Downing Street, was there concern about the contracts process, that it wasn't fair or transparent, and was anything really done to address this?
Initially, there wasn't initially in kind of February, March, no. Like, all of our concern was just this disaster coming at us, and my concern was all the kind of blocks in the procurement system and us not being able to do things like sign fast contracts with testing companies to get testing ramped up when PHE didn't have the capability and stuff like that and PPE. So I would say January, February, March, my concerns and most of the concerns in Number 10 were really about capability and speed and buying what we needed and getting PPE to the front line and things like that. Later on, there were concerns, yes, because various stories started to come out into the media about what was happening, and then we suddenly started reading things about VIP channels and whatnot, and what were these VIP channels and who was in charge of them and how had that all been done. but that didn't really cross my radar until, I can't really remember, but I would guess probably something like May or something. Not in the first phase for sure.
In terms of some of the contracts, you know, a contract with a jeweler worth £70 million for sterile gowns, almost all of them couldn't be used because the contract didn't request double packaging. Another contract for face masks, completely unusable because they had the wrong type of fitting. In terms of some of these mistakes, the government have said, you know, we were in a panic situation, we just had to order things. In hindsight and going forward, what kind of processes do we need to make sure that we're not throwing millions, if not billions of pounds, essentially down the toilet for wrong items?
So I think I won't bore everybody with going back through the history of this, but I said many times before, including actually, well, I won't go into that. Many times before, that the procurement system is completely unfit for its purposes in Whitehall. Ironically, in January and February, when I should have been paying far more attention to COVID, one of the big issues, all this media stuff about culture wars and whatnot, I had literally zero to do with any of that nonsense. One of the big issues I was dealing with in January and February was this procurement thing, and I was bringing in outside experts. There's a guy at Oxford called, he's got a very, very hard to pronounce name, Ben Fidgeberg, I think you say, to try and address this problem of how do you get a serious procurement system. The problem is that we just didn't have time to sort this out before the crisis hit. The fundamental thing is that there needs to be a legal, proper, emergency, fast-track process. And there needs to have people with the skills to execute that at speed and at scale. And a fundamental problem that you had in February, March, April was you had a legal structure with a whole bunch of horrific EU laws, and then you had a whole bunch of horrific Whitehall gold plating on top of that. And then you had a set of officials who'd only ever worked inside this system. And then you had this completely unprecedented crisis. And then you had people like me shouting, call the airlines, tell them we're taking their planes, we're flying them to China, find the nearest airfield, throw the PPE in the back, fly it back now. No, there was no system for doing anything like that at all. So everyone was just kind of like, can we do that? Is it legal? What happens if we do it and then everyone starts suing us, etc., etc.? So the obvious lesson, and one of the things that I spent my time on in the summer and autumn was changing the legal, combination of changing the legal framework and changing the kind of recruitment and the skills and the training and everything, so that you've got a set of people in place that can just do that. There should be a kind of trigger point, right, where either Parliament votes on something or the Prime Minister presses a kind of button mark panic. And when that is done, you kind of move to, here's the normal process where it's fine to take 12 months over something, or it's fine to take 6 months over something, or whatever it might be. But here's the emergency system where people are authorised to just go, right, we've got to smash this, we've got to execute at scale, we've got to do it all fast. If that means just calling people up and doing handshakes over the phone and we'll get the money to you, take off now, then that's what's got to happen. But we didn't have, that just did not exist, that approach.
Last question.
Yes, my final question is actually about vaccines, just bringing it back to the top. You've mentioned Bill Gates, Mr. Cummings, who has vocally opposed IP waivers. And we know that vaccine production globally is throttled for many reasons, whether it's the control of vaccine supplies by wealthier countries and the hoarding of vaccines. If you were advising the Prime Minister, would you also be supporting President Biden's move to support lifting patent protection? And what is your opinion on vaccine IP?
I don't really have an opinion on it. I strongly suspect that Bill Gates knows far more about this than President Biden does. If Bill Gates is saying that this is a big mistake on vaccine production, then my kind of prior view would be he's almost definitely right, and we should, at the very least, take his opinion extremely seriously.
Thank you. Very much indeed. Greg Clark.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. On vaccines, you said that it was Sir Patrick Vallance's idea to set up the vaccine task force. Is that right?
Certainly Patrick Vallance had the idea. I think, like lots of good ideas, there are a few different people thinking about similar kinds of things at the same time. Certainly I've got a text from Patrick Vallance where he texted me directly on, I think, the 24th of March. I could confirm that if anyone thinks it's relevant, where he says explicitly to me, I want to set up a vaccine task force and do it outside Department of Health, correct? I and some other people were having kind of parallel conversations with others round about the same time. And then essentially Patrick and I both spoke to the Cabinet Secretary about it.
The deal with AstraZeneca, between Oxford, AstraZeneca and the government, that was done before the vaccine task force was set up. Do you recall who was instrumental in bringing that to bear?
My memory of it is that Patrick Vallance was instrumental in it.
Right. So it was. So he was involved in both of those initiatives.
Well, Patrick, before he came into government, had worked in the private sector, working literally on vaccines. So he understood and actually knew a lot of the key players involved. Certainly, my conversations on the AZ vaccine were with Patrick, and there was at one point a terrible fright that Department for Health was about to sign a contract, basically a duff contract on AZ, which would not have given us the rights to the vaccine or would have left them questionable. And Patrick kind of intervened and sorted it out and made sure that the contract worked out properly, thank goodness. So I think Patrick deserves absolutely massive, enormous credit for his role in the vaccine task force. There's no doubt about it. I think, as far as I'm aware, he's the first senior official who came up with the idea. The other people who I know were talking about it were kind of people outside of government. He was the first official to come up with the idea. He pushed it. He came to me. He came to the Cabinet Secretary. He made the case to the PM. And I think he deserves enormous credit from the country for his role in it.
Absolutely. So in terms of lessons learned, that's clearly a very strong positive. I think you referred earlier to the idea that actually things may have been done perhaps even quicker, triumph though it was. And I think you were referring to starting human challenge trials earlier. Was that something that was contemplated? And tell us about the history of that suggestion.
So I think, to stress, this is not my idea. So this is not like some idea that I think that I've come up with, which is a good idea. It's not. It's essentially the idea is that normally, obviously, for any kind of vaccine thing, you have a whole testing process, and you've got to take quite a lot of time to go through it all, because you've got to make sure, if you've got a disease that's killing, say, 1 or 2% of the population, then you've got to make sure you don't have a vaccine which kills more than that. However, for something like this, I think from the point of view of overall human civilization, how could we have done better? I think it's unarguable of what should have happened. The companies doing mRNA vaccines basically created the vaccine itself in literally hours in January. Hours. What should have happened is that governments like America and us should have gone to those companies and said, right, we're going to take your idea. We're now going to have what's called human challenge trials. We will pay 5,000, 10,000 people, and we'll pay you to be injected with COVID. And then you have some kind of control system where you're injected with COVID, some of you get this vaccine, some of you don't get this vaccine, and then everyone takes their chances. And then, if you die, your family will get £1 million or whatever, something like that. That would have obviously been the best thing to do. And if we'd done that then, we could have hugely cut the time, I think, for doing this. We could definitely have got vaccines in people's arms by September. And the reason why I think this is an important thing is, imagine if we suddenly have another thing like this, but it's not like COVID, it's something like smallpox or Ebola, which kills 1 in 3 people, right? We have to be able to have a system that doesn't just go, oh, well, tens of millions of people are going to die, nothing we can really do, we've got to go through this safety challenge process. We've got to think now, and this is why I'm so aggressive, I suppose is the word, about having this lessons learned thing now. We've got to have a system in place where we go, holy Lord, new Ebola thing, right, mRNA companies, Pfizer, where's the vaccine? Right, 10,000 people, what's the price that it pays?
So this is one of the reasons we're conducting this inquiry, so we can get on with lessons that can be learnt. But just to understand it, was the fact that we didn't do that, and as I say, there's no criticism of the fact that this was done at remarkable pace, were we constrained by regulation or by a kind of distaste for the risk involved in injecting healthy people with COVID?
I think there's definitely regulatory issues that need to be sorted out, but I think, like, fundamentally, like lots of things, a kind of groupthink mentality meant that just in general it was never properly explored. I mean, a few people did suggest it, and it was talked about.
Who suggested it?
But I actually can't remember now who suggested it. I know that there were conversations around about it. I got emails from some people saying you should be doing this. It was one of the many things that I should have pushed harder and tried to force a conversation about and didn't do enough on. But it was just, as far as I'm aware, it was just never really properly discussed, but obviously should have been.
Just a couple more areas. You've raised concerns that the plan for vaccination or the adjustment of vaccines to new variants. I think I sensed from some of your recent tweets that you think that's not as sound as you think it should be. Have I got that right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm not in government anymore, but I talk to people who are involved with it, and people have just expressed concern to me that since Kate Bingham left, that the kind of normal entropy process of Whitehall has got its fingers on the thinking and the operations around this, and there hasn't been the kind of very aggressive approach that some inside government want about thinking through the danger of variants and how to make sure that the vaccine task force is ahead of the game on the whole thing. I mean, I can't go into any details because I'm not aware of them, but I've had senior people express this concern to me. Yes.
Is that a personnel or an organisational concern? So what's happening? Is the kind of the forest sort of creeping back into the clearing?
I think it's a combination of both, yes. I think there's been a shift in personnel, as far as I understand it, and concerns about the organisational setup.
Right. You've spoken very positively about Kate Bingham's role in this, as well as Sir Patrick and others. She went through a difficult time in the autumn, in which she was being criticised roundly from a lot of quarters. And some of that briefing was alleged to come from Number 10. Were you aware of that at the time? Did you pick up that this was a problem?
I was aware that there was briefing against her. I was told at the time by officials that they thought that most of this had come from DH, but like most of these things, one never really got to the bottom of it. Certainly nobody who you could describe as being part of my core team obviously was involved with that. And I asked all of them, do you know where this is coming from and what's going on? And the closest we got to is essentially people in the system kind of feeling either their noses put out of joint or jealous about her profile or whatnot. Lots of outside. One of the bad things that happened was lots of outsiders who came in to volunteer to help. The same thing happened in terms of test and trace. People who dropped massively lucrative careers to come and help test and trace also got trashed in the press by parts of Whitehall, which I thought was terrible. And Kate, I think, got caught in that sort of crossfire.
So you're not aware of any particular briefing against her from Number 10, but conversely, there was radio silence from Number 10 in terms of defending her. And my understanding is that she had to threaten to go on a broadcast round personally before there was a response from Number 10. Again, were you aware of that?
So, as I said earlier on, I tried to stay very far away from kind of day-to-day media things. I've got a vague recollection of a time when there was some kind of problem and her call. I think she might have called the PM directly or something, and said, essentially that I'm very unhappy about what's going on, and I want some support from Number 10. But I wasn't part of that conversation, and I don't really know what happened, I'm afraid.
But given the significance of her role and the praise that you've quite rightly lavished on her, did you not feel, observing even as a reader of the newspapers and the blogs, that hold on, we should be backing the work that she's doing?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I was concerned, we were. I mean, we obviously supported the work of the vaccine task force.
But in terms of Kate Bingham's role in that,
I mean, Number 10, as far as I was concerned and as far as I was aware, Number 10 was always supportive of the vaccine task force and supportive of Kate Bingham. As I said, I tried to escape. You know, I tried to keep out the way of lots of conversations with the Prime Minister about briefing and leaks and all that sort of thing. So I'm not the person to speak to about it. All I basically remember is there was some briefing against her. I asked at a couple of meetings, where do we think this is coming from? The best guess of people in Number 10 was parts of Whitehall have had their noses put out of joint. I also vaguely remember some Sunday Times story about her, but I can't remember what that was. But I don't think I can add anything very useful to the discussion. Finally, just looking back and thinking of the system, when you appeared before the Science and Technology Committee, you talked about the deal that you did with the Prime Minister when you came in to be his advisor in Downing Street. And you said that there were 4 components of it. One was to get Brexit done. The second was to double the science budget. The third was to create a new research agency modelled on DARPA or ARPA. And the fourth was to change the way that Whitehall works. Now, again, you've talked about this a lot in your blog in 2019. You talked about turning government institutions responsible for decisions about billions of lives and trillions of dollars from hopeless to high performance. So this was one of the things you thought about and you brought into Whitehall. Looking back, as we are and as you can now, some of the failures have been organisational and operational. The fact that we had to stop testing in the community because we didn't have enough tests. The fact that we ran out of tests in September. Why did something that was such a priority, in which was part of the deal for you being in Downing Street, why was it not possible to have made good progress on that during the 9 months that you were there, say from July to the spring of 2020? Well, I mean, July 2019 to the election was essentially just completely dominated by the constitutional crisis over Brexit, and we did not really we didn't have the bandwidth or the real authority to start trying to change all sorts of things in terms of Whitehall. We had to be very focused on what it was that we tried to change. So, for example, we did change the whole decision-making structure around the negotiations and around Brexit. We did change radically and effectively. I started work on things like the procurement reform, but it's also the case that the situation was so overwhelming, particularly after the kind of prorogation and the Supreme Court judgment, that in September 2019, I had senior officials come to me and say, the system's creaking and very shortly senior people are just going to stop obeying orders from this Prime Minister and are going to regard it as not a legitimate government. So it was a really, really weird time. That wasn't an environment in which you could suddenly start saying, right, we're going to have all of these, huge shifts to the basic wiring of Downing Street. And Whitehall, once we came back in January, I did begin a lot of this process. I talked to the Cabinet Secretary about making various changes with the civil service HR system. As I've said, I started a whole process from the beginning of January in terms of trying to change the procurement system and other parts of it, and the data side. The problem was that we basically only had a kind of 6 weeks for going back the first week of Jan to COVID sort of completely overtaking everything from kind of mid-February to change things. Now, one of the things that did happen, which was relevant to the September decision, was building the what's known as the Analytical Private Office in Number 10, which I think will be a permanent institution and will become a permanent part of how every subsequent Prime Minister works. I think no one in their right mind would possibly get rid of it, and everybody involved with it knows it's been a great success. So I think that is that shows, if you read the media, you'd think that this was all some huge row between me and all the officials and everyone hating it and everyone screaming at each other. But the truth is, pretty much all the good senior officials completely supported me on that and helped to help me do it. And it was a joint enterprise. It wasn't Cummings against the system. It was all sensible people realised that this was a huge gap in Whitehall capabilities, and we had to try and change it, both structurally and in terms of the specific skills.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. James Davis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Cummings, and I think your 6th hour in front of the committee.
Feels like 1 minutes.
You've talked about the success of the vaccine task force. Are there lessons to be learned from that can be applied across government?
Certainly, I think, as I said, some of the core principles of who is actually responsible for the team. Jeremy knows, Greg knows. Like, the British state is set up almost by design to create a dysfunctional system, because you have to go out and potentially resign over things that are being done, and you cannot fire a single person apart from your spads in the department. Like, nothing that works well literally nothing that works well in the real world ever works like that. It's a completely crazy system. So you have a system in which responsibility is by design diffused and no one knows who's really in charge. One of the key things in the vaccine task force was we tried to just keep things very simple and to have it. How do really good things work? You know who the boss is. It's her team. Kate is going to pick the people. Patrick's going to give scientific advice. And if it turns out that Kate Bingham is no good, we'll get rid of her like that and we'll put someone else in who is responsible, etc., etc. That was the whole reason for the approach. She picked the team. She did a good job in picking the team. And everyone knew that they were working for her. They weren't working for Hancock. They weren't working for the Permanent Secretary in DH. They weren't working for the Cabinet Secretary. And that very, very simple principles are the core of the difference between well-run organisations and badly run organisations. Mm-hmm. So I think there's obvious lessons to learn. The problem is that in much of Whitehall, it kind of suits everybody to be in the Spider-Man meme of everyone pointing at each other and saying, well, it's him, no, it's him, no, it's him, no, it's him. And changing that is, even after a disaster on the scale that we've seen, it's going to be a really big job to have those conversations like, well, is the Secretary of State actually in charge of this? Can they really do that? Because the Cabinet Secretary, a lot of people are going to have criticised Mark Sedwell, but Mark Sedwell was perfectly within his rights to say to the Prime Minister, Matt Hancock is the Minister responsible, and he was correct. But we were also correct to say, but so-and-so is in charge of this and so-and-so is in charge of that, and I can't fire them. Like, fundamentally, the only person who could fire them is the Cabinet Secretary, and the only way that happens is if the Prime Minister tells the Cabinet Secretary to fire them. You know, so the whole thing doesn't work if it's like that.
Okay, so moving on to COVID therapeutics, obviously success in that field, but you have said previously that funding bureaucracy held back progress.
Yeah.
Can you tell us more about that and how those issues were overcome?
In February, March, various scientists and entities came to Patrick Vallance and me and basically just said, you know, that there's a standard kind of scientific funding process. It takes a long time to get through, but we're in this wartime situation. Can you basically bulldoze some of the rules out the way? Can you speak to UKRI, etc., etc.? We did do, both Patrick and I talked to UKRI and other parts of the system and said, here's what the blocks are, A, B, C, D, can you try and scupper these and basically create like a fast-track process. So if people like Paul Nurse call up and say, we can do blah, you can just go, right, how much 10 million done, how much 20 million done, etc., etc. And I think that was, it certainly wasn't perfect, but it did change quite dramatically, kind of February to April.
Okay. And the recovery trial has been respected around the world in its success. What do you put their success down to? I
think similar sorts of principles, clear responsibility, some great people in charge. There's a guy called Jeremy Farrar, I think, who played a critical role in it. I mean, part of my job is I know far more about the things that went wrong, if you know what I mean, the things that went right. Like if things seemed to be going right and people were saying that's okay, I had so many other things to deal with that I kind of didn't really go into it. So the recovery trials I don't really know very much about because people just said it seems to be going well. I only got involved with Jeremy Farrar if he called me up and said I've hit the following problem. Otherwise I just kind of let people get on with it.
Okay. Now, these are UK-wide endeavours. One of the criticisms has been the disjointed approach across the UK with devolved administrations in particular. What do you recall of discussions over using public health legislation with respect to, or in comparison to civil contingencies legislation?
Again, my memory's pretty hazy, but fundamentally, the Cabinet Secretary said the Civil Contingencies Act is essentially useless. It was drafted back in the 70s. It's had a few tweaks, but it's completely unfit for its job. If we try and rely on lots of its powers, we face a problem that various people who don't like it will go to the courts and will suddenly be bogged down in judicial reviews at a time when we haven't got 3 weeks to go to a court, even on a fast-track process. So that was a big problem, and that's basically why we introduced the kind of emergency coronavirus bill. Again, one of the reasons I think now for why you guys are right to be having this inquiry is that upgrading the whole Civil Contingencies Act is a critical thing. One very simple example of that is the whole question around enforcement. One constant problem that we had all the way through the spring and summer and into the winter was, well, the police say that their powers are unclear, we can't do this, the courts won't uphold that, blah, 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 and the emergency powers are unclear in various ways. And so we kind of found ourselves in this situation of people arguing for greater and greater restrictions on certain law-abiding people because they felt that we couldn't actually enforce certain rules against non-law-abiding people, which was a kind of terrible ratchet to get into. So I think that's another thing. I'm afraid I'm not at all kind of knowledgeable about that side of it, but I do think that's an important question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to adjourn now. That concludes the section on the vaccines. We've got one more section to do, which is on the run-up to the November lockdown, and we'll reconvene at 3:05 for that, just to give people a slightly longer break. So session adjourned, order.
Hello, you're watching Sky News. Boris Johnson's former chief advisor, Dominic Cummings, has been delivering a damning assessment of the UK's response to Covid-19 today, saying when the public needed us most, the government failed, giving evidence to MPs on